Hello everyone, welcome to another... Yeah, I forgot the music. Hi there. Hi everyone. Hi there. How are you all doing on this fine day? Hi the Singularity, hi the Mashrit, hi the Daptak, hi the Timon. Hi Italian Mappe, hi. So what this I've been doing? Yeah, how are they going? How are you doing with them? Also, I need to open everything up. Okay, so. I've almost fully scripted the quantum mechanics video. And oh boy, it turned out to be a tad bit larger than expected. I wasn't expecting there to be so much. And so, today we'll just animate as much as we can. What happened in the past 4 days when I wasn't around? Not much, I was just working on the video. That's kind of it. I hopped on Minecraft. I did that once. Yeah. I got 74% for 478% for vectors the way by no exponential log exponents today. That's great. That sounds great at the very least. 74 and 78. That sounds like a lot. Good for you. Okay. I hopped on the Minecraft server. I did a gay chest and that's it. I made a gay chest and achieved nothing else. Can you not do Minecraft live? Why? Don't tell me what to do, Italian Mappe. Alright, here's where I am with the animation so far. Don't tell me what to do. Gay chest? Not gay chest. Not again. Let's move on to hardly different. Okay, so right here, let's switch to 960. Not actually going to be simple enough. Just has to zoom out, that's it. Well, we're starting with a pretty long render session, I suppose that's good. Gay chest, yeah, gay chest. Finally, I had to brew all the potions of regen for it. Apparently instant damage has like a dull brownish color. And so I just had to make regen potions. Fortunately, there were some gas tiers. I get the special responsibility of building Norway right now. Wait, what? Black map Minecraft. Oh, I see. Hi, Thar. Hi. They changed the potion colors. I'm just upset, and everyone was trying to gaslight me into thinking that instant damage used to be different. Hold on. Instant damage potion. I'm not crazy, am I? I better not be crazy. Because right now... Wait, is that the right... Why is the Minecraft wiki just not... There we go. Okay, yeah, right now it's like garbage, brownish, whatever. Like, look at this. It's brownish. It used to be dark red. I remember it being like dark purple. Change from... Yeah, this. There we go. It did used to be different. It used to be this color. No, I just remember dark, I suppose. Now region's purple. I had to make region. You know how difficult it was? The Google said you were in Poland. Get doxed. Oh, damn it. No. Wait, did it really? No, it says that I can turn on Poland. Or I can turn it off. That's what it says. That's actually not for me being in Poland. If you want, I can turn Hungary on. There we go. Now I am... now I am Hungary. congrats, I've just turned hungry on. What's the difference between a map and a function? There isn't really any. Like, what is the difference between a map and a function is... I get where the confusion is coming from. But basically, what is the difference between a map and a function is kind of like the difference between a scalar and a number. Or a number and a value. Like, at times they're different. At times it's important to differentiate between them, but... honestly, there isn't really any. As the joke I'm trying to make here, that functions are just maps, maps are just functions, everyone knows how functions work, and I'm not gonna explain it. It's for specificity. Well, I mean, yeah, in certain cases that is important, right? But it's... but outside of those cases, it really doesn't matter. And I'm pretty certain function is a map. If I'm, like, I think function is a map. People who don't take math definition seriously are my kind of people. You mean applied physicist? I'm sorry. Mathematics function. There we go. A set to a set assigns as a domain of function. Yeah. One may write this instead of this, which is just mapping maps to. There isn't any difference between them. I mean, there is, but there isn't. You get what I'm saying, right? Having blueberry muffin from the Costco right now. Oh, that's good. We don't even have Costco. Why live? Why live? If I can't buy stuff in bulk, what's the point? Oh, jeez. Funsies. Okay. No, I don't use proper map because I can't. I don't use proper because I choose to. Physicist mindset. Speaking of, actually, let's see. Numbers versus functions. It's not very clear. Different because one of them is defined by a field, whilst the other one goes beyond it. So for example, if your real numbers have multiplication, addition, and numbers mapped different numbers are right here. So function has the methods for turning our numbers into odd numbers, which provides a clear divide between the two. And that's why I'm placing them on the opposite side of the spectrum of an element to a method. That's a wild spectrum, but I mean, yeah. It's not a phase mom, it's a choice. If a function's function malfunctions, does a malfunction become its function, or does it defunctionalized? I think it's functionally the same, you know? There we go. I need to finish this video today. I would just like to put it in perspective, okay? So here's what I'm rendering right now, okay? And here's what I have left to render. It's a fair bit lot. It's not a little. There is a non-insignificant amount of stuff. Also, apparently, equations in Google can't handle Langus or Rangus, and as such, I just had to do the greater or smaller than signs. You should probably stop clowning around. kept going on wild tangents in this video, which I mean makes sense. It's my video after all. I do tend to go on weird tangents all the time. This is the awkward spot where like it takes enough time for this to render for me to not be able to do anything else in the background, but not enough for me to actually start something different. By the way, I'm 1 year closer to death. Well, happy birthday, Sibis. Even though I'm pretty certain I wish you already happy birthday. Okay. Damn, it's such long render time. I could, I guess, work on some stuff for the other videos. I do have one. Not recycle bin. No, what I meant. New era still working on site. Simulation. I guess we could work on this a bit. Because, oh no, I remember where we've been. Oh no, no, absolutely not. I'm doing with this. Make it so if it's so scientist energy. I feel kind of like a more serious professional thing. Average insanity increase inside this showing. I do have a couple of fun bits in the video, but there's another video. I really want to be done today with the quantum. Like, technically, I could just delay the quantum mechanics video by 1 day and, you know, just do it calmly. But I'm not going to, because I really want to be done with this video. Simply because once I'm done with this video, I can actually focus on the next video, which I am way more excited for. And so that's the plan. Okay. I'm pretty certain single include, correct? Oh, my beloved. Oh, my beloved. Okay. Now let's just delete everything we don't need, and by that I mean everything. There we go. Build. Why is it taking such a long time? It should not take this. Okay. Sick, it worked. What's the next vid? I can't say it publicly, although I can. It's the one I made the blue for. You know the blue picture. It's that one. That's the next one. The beaker full of blue. It's not a chemistry video though, so don't get excited. It is absolutely not a chemistry video. You always need a beaker full of blue. That's just the requirement. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Wait, 860. This doesn't make any sense. Oh, because I have two of them open at the same time. Okay, there we go. So this, then the camera movement. 1960 and 1910. Actually, 19. There we go. Yes, you didn't make the rules. You literally go, hey, I don't make the rules. What can I say? Are you making math? It's not a chemistry video. It's just a beaker full of blue, okay? What books do you read? I used to read a lot of fiction, either science fiction or fantasy books. I really enjoy them. But nowadays I don't read quite as much. I don't have the time. Okay. Oh, this will make the documentation, because obviously, oh, hell yeah. Although it is in C++, which, yuck. Absolutely yuck. I'm pretty certain there would be a way for me to somehow take it in, wouldn't there be? It is single include, which is nice. I'll be give rule blue because me declare its rule, so probably it's the investment of it. I hope everyone lives in a day I'm leaving. Alright, bye Sibis. I hope so too. We better, am I right? Also, why are you a clown? Oh, that's not new. That's been here for quite a while. Okay, is it with... This is H, not HPP. Oh, that's tough. That is certainly rough. Is there a way to somehow port this onto... So for example, if I do G++ OLC Pixel Game Engine H output test object, and how do you G++ compile into an object file? Piss off, piss off. G. Wait, C? So is C the one? Oh my goodness, it's... I hope so. Okay. Okay. Oh, that was supposed to be test, not text. Whoops. Alright. So we have test O, and now the question is, can we build this using test O? So, me being a clown, I still haven't made the Joker reference. You see, Batman, you say peacock, and no one bats an eye. But I say poopcock, and society goes great. I'm making J-Rage references all the time, which is close enough. Oh, bless all of the developers who make documentation for what they make. I'm not one of them. I'm not cool. I'm not good enough. I am just straight up not good enough. Drawing pixels. When it comes to compiling, how do you compile this actually? Do you need to include any libraries, or is it just as is and does it work? And apparently... No, that's Pixel Game Engine. Is there really no C version? We'll see editor and C. Huh. Is there really no lightweight? I know I already looked it up, but single header graphical engine C. I'm looking for just for something simple. Single header, yeah. Simple. GUI library. I'm optimistic. Let's see. GUI isn't bad, but not quite what I'm looking for. First of all, that is impressive, I do have to say. Already, that is incredibly impressive. But no. Marsh it. Oh yeah, Timon, don't forget to manually breathe. I hope you read from the Italian mapper. Is there a way to search by language all C? A very simple example. Ah yes, a very a very simple example. I see. I'm specifically trying with a single header because I don't want to deal too much with the setup. But to be fair, this looks manageable. This does look manageable. Free move platforms together, simple to use window abstraction framework for creating graphics programs meant to be used. Very small, flexible alternative for GLFW. How convenient. Oh, I guess I could do it with GLFW, couldn't I? Wait, that's window abstraction. I guess at this point I could just use GLFW. So what I want is I want some kind of library that will deal with the GPU for me, because I don't want to deal with OpenGL, because this is meant to be a short thing. Which one DMG focus on my map? Sure, go for it. I'm hoping the island of DM will pass, because my Discord tends to not let them usually. Apparently, I have already too many. I have a lot of nice bots in my DMs. Usually live chat, did you get too flabbergasted by clown sona that I didn't end up pressing enter. I did switch to live chat, yeah. I did. Also, you're welcome, Timon. I'm streaming in the morning just for you. I was awake hours ago and I could have started the stream, but I was actually waiting till you wake up. I was specifically waiting, and then I saw you message some on Discord, and that's why I said you're welcome. You are welcome. That was for you. Ooh, that's a lot of. Ooh, that's a lot of errors. Ooh, that's a lot of errors. Oh, that's a. Oh, that's a couple. Yeah, that's. That's still going, huh? Okay, well, that's certainly a few errors. Okay, well, I got the message now. Thank you, thank you. I got the message. Didn't need to keep going with them. With the old caps look, it makes it sound actually ironic. I don't. That's not nice. How do you stay awake the whole night? I walk. That's how you do it. Pretty easy. Is it because of include? Okay, yeah, got the message. Don't do it. This isn't working. Allocate exception. Is it because I need to also link together all of these? I'd imagine so. So I need to link the SDK, don't I? Okay, no, that didn't work. Alright. So when do you sleep? It depends on the day. Sometimes later, sometimes earlier on. I actually need to switch to a bit of a later time zone right now. Because in a week... I do strategize my sleeping. That's not the joke, by the way. That is not the... Hi, the Timon.
Hello.
Hi. When I said that I strategize my sleeping, I wasn't joking. In a week from now, I will have a meeting later on in the day, or a bit of a party, and basically right now I will begin the process of slowly offsetting my time zone in order to then be at my peak during that meeting. That's a week from now. And also, right now, I have been streaming at nights because yesterday I had another thing in the morning that I had to do, which I've done, which means I can start switching for. I wasn't joking. I really do strategize like that. Why isn't this working at all? How you doing, Timon?
I just woke up not so long ago. Still haven't had my coffee. So bit. I'm lagging a bit more than usual.
All right. I need to have a sip myself. Let's have most of these ones. Numbers versus function. This is going to be because one does my I feel most the other goes to be honest. For example, for your multiplication addition and your number is just what it applies to. Okay, so we remove those like so. Real numbers, you have the multiplication and addition, and your number is just 1 to the 1 to the plus like 3 is your 2/3, your pi. There's so many animations I have to do. I really do want to finish the next video. I am not like I'm not. It's hard for me to get excited over the quantum mechanics one when the next one I would be so much more excited over. Let me. As always, I can't say on stream that next video because that video is a state secret. However, it is.
You said literally one word about it in the Patreon channel. So
I said more than one because you've seen me walk on the part of it. I just couldn't share anything more. Is this one?
Wait, why did I not see this with?
When we were on the Patreon channel, Theo was also there. We were talking about. Hold on, I can remember we do it. Remember when I was eating spinach?
Yes.
That was then. That was then. That's when this happened.
I don't remember seeing this footage.
That I feel like I streamed it for a bit, but that might have been pretty short. But yeah, that's it. I do have to say that's such a Patreon channel core. Remember when I was eating spinach? It was then. That's how I tell time. I just need to anchor to a specific event. In that case, I was eating spinach. One is defined by a few marks, the other one difficult to be honest. For example, your real numbers. Okay, so right here we'd want 2000.
Okay, you like that, but I can hear you again.
Did I black out?
Probably just on Discord.
That's not good. That's not a good sign at all.
Right. But it could not be my internet. It is very probably my internet.
The field was doing. So, for example, for your real numbers, you have multiplication, addition, and your number is one of the real ones this applies to. Okay, so times plus 3 2/3 pi e. to the 71. Alright. Panda falling off a tree with a sound effect. The panda falling off a tree is already the sound effect. By the way, I feel like I'm hugging all the spots. Like, how are you all doing? I know I've already asked, but I'm gonna ask again. I'm trying to be as productive as possible. That's why I keep oscillating between, like, walking on this video and at the same time some programming and at the same time chatting and such. But, yeah. That's only because I'm motivated. Desperation. Killer of a motivator.
I never know how to answer the "how are you doing" question. Like that question just makes me feel very awkward. Like, I don't know, the "how are you doing" is the most awkward question you can ask me.
Alright. Multiplication and addition. Both of these need to be on the same height. I'm living, I guess. I am alive. You know what? That's good. That's good. Being alive is proper good. I remember being alive. It was solid. I would recommend 7 out of 10.
You're a vampire confirmed.
A vampire is legally dead. Beyond. Okay, so right here we want to turn all of these off. And then we want the R to fall down there, but come from the left. For example, for your real numbers, you have the multiplication addition. There we go. Our virus is alive. That's political. That's too political. We're not dealing with politics today. That's too much. Keep switching with this, but another video I want to make is this one, in which I want to like simulate stuff. First, I want to simulate evolution a bit. The only problem is I'm struggling with like the weirdest part. I'm struggling with the graphical engine, which is such a weird place to struggle. Biology questions. What are your options on the riots? And I'm guessing you're making some kind of, but I genuinely don't get that joke. Sorry for that.
Me neither.
One more date until 7. Oh yeah, it really is one more date until 777. Huh. I should do something.
I agree.
What though? Biology question, political question, calling it biology. Oh, a riots in. I don't know what. So you meant like riots in some place?
Serbia.
Okay.
Serbia.
Oh, Serbia. Okay, okay. Oh, now it makes sense. I just didn't know where you were going with SE.
My brain went to places, that's for sure.
I was wondering how riots in sex would work. I just didn't get it. Didn't make sense. My Lord and Savior, simple 2D. That sounds exactly like what I would be looking for. Why is 20% of it shell? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, Windows. Download the Windows installer. Ew. Ew. No, cringe. Never mind. Take it back.
So what do you need the evolution simulation for?
Well, I don't really want an evolution. I basically, okay, so I want to simulate a bunch of stuff because there are a lot of things that are counterintuitive, but because of the complexity. So the first video I plan on making would be about evolution. It's gonna be called something like you don't know how evolution works, or like this is not how, something like that, right? Not knowing how evolution works, because I've seen a lot of people with some serious misunderstandings about evolution, because evolution isn't really producing like the best organisms. Evolution is just producing, is not really producing organisms like consequence of organisms existing. And the point of that video will be that like evolution isn't actually a thing, it's just a natural consequence of just organisms or of like survival. And for that I want to make my own simulator. And for that I'm looking for a engine which, oh, this looks good. Well, platform development library doesn't provide low level access to graphic.
So like a biology video.
Well, not quite, because then the next one would be, for example, next one I plan to go a bit more like into society. I thought that maybe taxes would be a fun one to cover, like how to do efficient taxation, because that would be pretty good one for simulating. This is it's survival or least good enough. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. So basically, kind of the optimistic point of the video will be that humans have basically beaten evolution. We have basically like won the game at this point. And there's like, in my opinion, at the very least, there is this idea that nature is good, right? And anything unnatural is bad. But the thing is, nature always finds an equilibrium. But nature doesn't really find this equilibrium by creating more life. No, nature finds this equilibrium by killing off anything that doesn't fit into the equilibrium. So, for example, if you have a certain amount of foxes and rabbits, right? If all of a sudden you get too many rabbits, then nature will get back the equilibrium by increasing the amount of foxes and killing off all the extra rabbits by having those foxes. And those foxes will run out of rabbits and they will starve themselves. Like, evolution only works by killing stuff off, basically. So it's mutation that changes, and evolution is just destroying a certain part of it. I have a question. If wood plus wood is equal to 2, wood divided by wood is equal to 1, what does wood equal? Well, it depends. Depends what field you're working with. Oh, I see. You're working with the finite field of 2 elements, right? Wood plus wood equals 2, which means no wood divided by wood is equal to 1. That's the other element. No, that doesn't make sense. Was a great filter. Is that the one you're referring to, Italian mappa? This looks good, but the only problem is that examples. Okay. Oh, I don't hate this. Oh, I don't hate this. I do not hate this, in fact.
Make it very important question. How are you planning to clickbait us into watching a video on taxes?
That's actually the easiest video. Like, I won't have to clickbait that video. Considering y'all are so fucking political, that's easy. I couldn't just call it "Should we tax the rich?" question mark, and that's it. It would be one of the most popular videos on this channel. That's an extremely easy video to clickbait. That one I won't even clickbait. That one will just clickbait itself. We're have the multiplication addition. Alright, multiplication, the addition. $2,000.
I mean, I would watch it, but like, I don't know. I feel like I would have only watch it because of you, and
Okay, I'm gonna go on YouTube. I'm gonna look up "Should we tax the rich?" and we're gonna see how many videos are there titled that. Should we tax the rich? Let's see. 1.5. This one has only 35,000. Never mind. Should we tax the rich more? 800,000. The problem with taxing the rich. There's just so many. There's just so many. Politics is so fucking clickbaity. Which I mean shocker, I know. It's crazy. Who would have guessed?
I mean, I guess parts of your core community is very political, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily translate to your entire viewers.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is all you need to do is just call video lesson like "Should you tax the rich?" and then 7 billion people click on it. Because politics. Politics is the cheap shot, the easy money. Bring it to 30 pi.
What is the conclusion you'll come to in the video?
Complex systems, like, you need to be careful when working with complex systems. So just because a solution seems simple doesn't mean it actually is simple, because, you know, the whole butterfly effect thing. So, for example, public healthcare, like making healthcare free could sometimes lead to worse results than making healthcare paid for, depending on the case, because it's complex systems. Like, there are basically offshoot effects of doing anything, and that's why you need to be careful with the policies. In mathematics, you can take numbers. Apply a
Okay, so this is gonna be your most controversial video, alright.
No, how is that controversial?
It's that if you don't reach any conclusion, everyone will think that the conclusion you reached was the opposite that they wanted you to reach.
Usually, no. Usually, from what I found, usually it's the opposite, where people basically fill in the gaps with whatever. Like, usually they write a comment like, "Haha, you see, I was correct." ... Usually, people just take whatever I say to fit their own worldview. So, if anything, it will be the least controversial. Like, everyone will agree, and then everyone else will just find the comments. Which, I mean, it's yours problem.
It's good for engagement.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You get it. I kind of really want to make that video now. It's funny.
Oh god.
I mean, okay. The thing is, I'm kind of upset that I stopped doing these political videos. They were a lot of fun, Like, for example, my 4 beloved videos, which are in order. There's 4 separate videos. Capitalism is great, capitalism is terrible, communism is great, communism is terrible. I really like those 4 videos. Don't get Gemma hold of this one. Oh, recently I've seen a thing. I think it was Wired. A video of this popped up on my page, and I thought, I might as well give it a watch. And it was like a fascism expert talking about fascism and autocracy and all this stuff, right? And it's funny because she said that actually one of the questions was basically a lot of people asked her questions and, you know, she answered. And one of the questions was about, oh yeah, but you know, autocracies are at least more efficient. To which she responded, no, that's actually just propaganda. like the authoritarian rulers just want people to think that. But in reality, they're not actually better. And so yeah, I just find it pretty funny that what Gemma's actual belief is what an fascism expert called propaganda, basically. 2060. Oh wait, no, there should be a bit more left. There we go.
Okay, and even if authoritarian stuff were more efficient, like they are not, like, because like it's still like a person ruling and stuff. But like even if they were, would it be worth it at all?
The subtle switch to politics.
Like I don't know. I know a thing or two about authoritarian regime, although I don't know anything about democracy. So like, yeah,
Hungarian take. But it is actually fun. It's actually a very nice watch, I do have to say, because there's just been a. It was always nice to hear someone who studied that topic for a really long time. I would recommend that video. I normally don't watch Wired. I don't, but I like that video.
Can you send it over?
Sure, if you want. Although it is Wired, they're like so much more popular than me. You can just look up Wired and you will find it.
Yeah, but they make like 10 videos a day, so, or I don't like. Okay,
yeah, how would you ever find it, Timon? Here, I'm sending you the link.
Thanks.
How would you ever find the video? It's so like, where is it? Where even is that video? That's a
I know that you're showing it on screen, but I'm watching your the stream in 144 pixels because my internet is like, I don't want the internet to keep cutting me off of Discord. So to make both the Discord work and the chat to work smoothly, I can't watch the stream in a higher quality.
You could have just said that you're watching it in 144. You didn't have to go on the whole like tangent there. When you go on tangents like these, this usually loses your point. If you keep going and you just keep adding the things to your, you know, to your sentence, you could just keep adding them, and then you just mention one thing, then you mention another, then like how about the child and whatever, and then, you know, then when you just like all of a sudden start talking about the tangents just don't really work, because then it kind of loses the whole point you're trying to make, and then it's kind of hard to find the focus when you just keep mentioning stuff.
Holy shit, is that what I sound like?
Yeah.
Thanks, I hate myself.
You've known you're making incoherent sentences like for a really long time. That's not
Okay.
shouldn't be news to you.
Okay, but like, this is even worse than I imagined.
Why do you think I get so upset when I need to like focus on what you're saying actively? Because it's difficult, takes effort, takes a lot of effort. All right, this graphical engine looks not bad. The only problem is that it has absolutely no documentation, which means I will basically have to guess how to use it. Which... Wait, does it have documentation? Never mind, it does have documentation. Oh, yes. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, kind of. It has a documentation about specific things. Doesn't really. Does that have an example? Wait. Oh, it has examples. I'm an idiot. I'm thinking about the wrong thing. That's what happens. I'm focusing on 7 different things at the same time. I'm rendering. I'm talking, and I'm animating and coding. All right. So we have this, or the snake game. Let's try the snake game. Oh, that's C. Oh, that's proper good C. Oh, that is proper good. That is proper good. Okay. Obviously this won't work, but there we go, because F to build, and let me guess, includes, there we go.
Also, Mady told me that I've actually improved a lot, so I thought that I improved a lot. That's why I was like shocked. Like, if this is my current state that you demonstrated, then what was I before? Because I thought that was my initial state.
No, you used to go on a lot more. F to build. Oh, I don't have F to build? How come I don't have F to build? I should have F to build. I'm pretty certain I downloaded F to build. Piss and fuck. Damn it. I don't even need text. Includes and what? Include free type Windows binaries. How come I don't have F to build? It doesn't make sense. Include. Alright. Okay, there. Great. Now the clock ain't working, which... it's fine. I'm guessing it's because we also need to... Oh, the build is already there, but I'm not doing that. We need to also include the DLLs, obviously. Fortunately, they're linked as... Oh, lovely. L... Oh no, wait, that's a free type. Oh, damn it. That's the one, right? Examples includes source. Okay, no, never mind. We needed the source. Hi, the Drew. Hi. Maybe you should make a functioning Tesla coil. I have it on the list. Seeing graphics. Can I just add everything? No, I can't. Okay, cool. Event C. This. Don't link it on the event C. Then font C, font graphics image shapes time. Shapes image graphics font. Please just let it work. It doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Why is the clock not there? This makes... Oh my goodness, because I also need to include the freaking thing. Piss and shucks. Includes, and then also... I could just compile it as a... See graphics. source. There. How about now? Is this working? I'm fine. How is the clock? Where is the clock? Time H. Time C. Can I just disable time? Do we need the time? Clock T. What is clock? What the heck is clock T? Build a weapon Tesla edition. I don't spoil. Clock T is a thing, apparently. It's a genuine thing. C time. I need to include. But it's not included anywhere. Can I just do include C time? Would that fix it? No, it wouldn't. No, it would not. What about, I don't know, right here? Include C time. Compilation terminated. No such file category. I'm fine. I'm fine. I am in fact fine. Okay, let's remove the snake game. Just remove it. We don't need it.
I'm still trying to figure out what you're doing, but
I'm
failing.
I'm trying to set up it's a long story. This is a tad more like advanced part of computer science. Like I would need this is the part that I actually can't explain quickly. Because it would require a bit more background.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Five and 6. Okay, there we go. Then
the thing I was most confused about is the snake game.
oh, snake game, that's just the example that the person who made that library went with.
Ah.
Okay, we need a new cube. There we go. And then we need for that cube to cube transform geometry relative. There we go. There we go. This, now repeat this a couple of times. If I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, 3, and 6. It's so difficult to just find a simple functioning library. Oh, I'm an idiot here. This right here we shouldn't have. I am in fact an idiot because right here we should actually have it on the inside. Location, rotation, scale. And this should be here instead. There we go. And then we're going to have this, we're going to have this, we're going to have this, and this, and this, and this. And now, if we turn all these off, we have the cubes. Perfect, lovely render animation. What is it you're trying to build? A small, like, graphics library I just found. Wasn't there a simpler alternative to... How come is there no, like... Simple. C graphical engine. Simple. Simple the keyword. Just simple. Simple. It's just simple. Is that really that much to ask? C++. No, I need C. Well, I don't need C. I would rather graphical engine. I looked up C and I got an error. Program GUI to make math those results. In some cases it may take up to an hour. There we go. Alright, great. Now these all should be graphical engines in C. Oh, this looks, yeah. Looks like it. How to build. CMake. I don't really use CMake, but you know what? Compromises. Good night, good night. See ya.
Good night.
I'm open to a compromise. There's like an example somewhere. I hope that's not the example. Examples. I dig it. Okay. Oh, why CPP? There's no need for CPP. No, C would be fine. Okay. Init game. Main window init engine. Okay, so it's a terrible idea, but
If it's a terrible idea, but it works, then it's not a terrible idea.
I don't know if it's gonna work. No. I mean, a terrible. I was about to say that's a terrible idea, but I could make my own engine again.
Oh boy. Alright, yeah, I see why you said that it was a terrible idea, yeah.
Well, okay, on paper it's terrible because it's a huge project. But in practice, I've already done it thrice. I could do it. I would need to delay the simulations video because then in the meantime I would just need to make another video just about my own graphical engine. It's kind of tempting. It's a maybe. You know what? I think that life is all about doing whatever the fuck we want and not caring about consequences of our own actions. So give me a second. I'm going to log into my GitHub and we are making a graphical engine.
Alright, have fun.
I mean, I'm gonna do it as I'm working on other videos in the meantime and on streams. Fuck me, I'm gonna be productive. License MIT. we go. Other readme. Yeah, create a repository. The readme file is basically like a file. The first file you're supposed to read. It usually provides like a description, like a brief overview of the license, you know, all the stuff like these. In my case, my readme will just say, don't use this. Okay. Code.
I don't tend to read the readmes.
How rude of you. Alright.
Don't let I won't let a file name tell me what to do.
Okay. Time to time to make a mistake. Oh gosh, oh golly, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna not have fun. I will not in fact have fun. First of all, because this ain't my first rodeo, I'm going to just copy the build file I've already made. A lot of things I'm gonna say, Timon, you will not understand, and I just want you to know that no one watching the stream understands them. So you don't have to feel insecure about this.
Alright.
So when I mostly say this stuff for myself. So
Alright.
this is not for anyone watching or anything. We just literally sound like a ghost train charging at me. Okay. There we go. And there we go. So these are all the things that we should include for working with OpenGL. Great. And then all we need to do is just add in a build. And then right here, we're going to have build main exe. And then source main. Lovely, new terminal. Source main will have include main. Right here we're going to have main.h, which will include standard lib and standard IO. And then we're just going to have int main. Alright, let's see if it works. Yippee, it works. Great. Alright, this animation is finished. So what's next? Well, next what we have is the these numbers from a map to get okay. In mathematics, you can take these numbers and apply a map to get different numbers. And the functions are these are okay. So right here, what we would like is for us to copy it. Copy all of these. Add some UV spheres this time. Okay, yeah. This UV sphere. I can watch me get suffer. Yeah, you're welcome. Alright, switch.
It's pretty fun.
Great. Festive, fantastic, lovely. There we go. Now just copy the same exact thing like so. Slight difference being that all of these will in fact be spheres. And the other slight thing being that right here we're going to copy all of these. And we're going to move them. Whoop. What is the video topic? It's nothing much, it's just quantum mechanics. Let's go bottom up. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. Perfection, perfection, absolute perfection. Great! Now that you got this, in the meantime, let's get back to coding. I'm being so productive. Okay. 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 So, fortunately, I'm gonna do, considering how I'm an experienced programmer, I'm going to do the same thing that every experienced programmer does, which means instead of relying on my memory, I am just going to look up OpenGL tutorial and I'm just gonna follow it. Because any programmer that relies on their memory when setting up boilerplate instead of going with a tutorial is not an experienced programmer, they are just a fool with an ego complex. Hi the Delta X, hi, welcome.
Yeah, I would like all of that with the mayonnaise.
Well, unless of course the tutorial decides that my VPN isn't allowed, in which case I guess I can also go and fuck myself. There we go. Fortunately, there's always multiple tutorials. Basic tutorials: opening a window, first triangle, using SDL or using GLFW. Oh, you. GLFW, okay. Opening a window, great. So let's do inits. Init C. And init H. Init stands for initializing, of course. And right here, we're going to hashtag include init H. Actually, this shouldn't really be main, because main is a bit misleading. Or is it? No, it can be main, it's fine.
Oh yeah, Italian mapper, I can relate. I never understood that letter that is like pronounced differently in every word. It's the most confusing letter.
What do you mean pronounced different? It is pronounced the same way in every word.
Then I've been doing Duolingo wrong.
you really, because it really is pronounced the same. You know how we say what?
Yes.
The first letter of what, that's how you pronounce it. The w.
So like
Yeah. That's how we pronounce it every single time. W.
w
So for example, Łódź. W. It's a city in Poland in a boat. Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Maybe that's why I didn't know how to like pronounce it, because it's such a weird sound.
Every single
Like,
letter in the Polish language is pronounced exactly the same way every single time. Sometimes people don't say them simply because it's inconvenient. Jabłko, for example, that's one of the words which technically should be pronounced differently, and some people do pronounce it correctly, but no one cares because it's just inconvenient.
that means apple, right?
Yeah. No, that's good.
Yes.
Good for you.
I'm good. I'm doing 8 Duolingo courses at the same time.
How do you pronounce that? Well, yeah, that's fair. That Italian mappa, the letter you just sent, that's w. That's like the first. That's like the first thing you say in what. W. That's the really convenient thing of Polish language. Every single letter is always pronounced the exact same way. You don't have any of the phonetic French bullshit or English bullshit. Both of these languages just suck.
Yeah, I was so confused by that because, like, I did figure out how to pronounce every single letter in Polish except the apparently "w," and I was so confused. And the first place I saw it was Hobsam. No. Yes, Hobsam. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, that's the one where you don't even pronounce it at all. So like, I was so confused how you
Wait,
pronounce
what did you just say?
it.
What?
No, Yapcom.
Oh, Yapko.
I
Okay.
yeah, I always mess up those two. Like, yeah,
In that word, you do not pronounce it. Well, some people do pronounce it, but the reason why it's not pronounced there is because just no one cares. That's why. Like, correct pronunciation would be jabłko, in which case you do say it, as you can hear, jabłko. It's B with K, so, and that's B w K, so jabłko. But no one cares to pronounce it this way, so usually people just skip the w. Slavic languages are good because we didn't have the, this is the communism land, right? There was no fancy, all the fancy bourgeoisie who wanted to pronounce words in fancy ways just got eaten alive. So most letters are most of them pronounced the same. Absolutely not. Italian mappa. Oh no, wait, you said Italian, never mind. For a second I thought you meant like in general. Except when we go to G and GL. Well, in Polish, the difference is that it literally is every single time. The thing is, you know how spelling bees in English exist? In Polish, spelling bees are idiotic. I have never seen a spelling bee in my entire life. Because it's idiotic. You just go letter by letter. It's exactly how it's pronounced.
Yeah, that's the same with Hungarian. Like, it's 100% phonetic.
Yeah, I did genuinely blame the French. It do be their fault. Like, every single language related to the French has this problem. Okay, so we included GLW. Including GLM also would be there, I guess, kind of, but we don't really care, because for now, all we want is...
Yeah, all my life, foreign people kept telling me that Hungarian is a stupid language, and like, once I started learning more about languages, I realized that no, this is a heck of an amazing language.
I don't really care much for languages.
I like it as a like a linguistics topic, like.
As in French, you can get pronunciation from spelling without any ambiguity. In English, that's impossible too. They both suck! They both suck! They're both terrible options. Don't combinations of new letters make new sounds in Polish? You mean the sh? That one, you mean? Like, yeah, that does exist, but that's only because we're too lazy to actually make a new letter for it. Like, if you want that could just be its own letter, and then the... That's just like treated as a different letter.
Yeah, in Hungarian, those are treated as different letters, and we
Except,
even have them in our alphabet as like we have double letters in the alphabet. So yeah, it's just we see them as like one character.
with both English and French print stupid letters, they really do. They're idiotic. I like how Reblax doesn't ever argue that French is a smart language. He just argues that English is even more idiotic. Like, whenever this comes on, like, Reblax admits, yeah, French is dumb, but English is even dumber. Which, I mean, he's not wrong.
English is so dumb. Like, we're just used to it because everyone speaks it, but it's so
I mean,
dumb.
okay, I wouldn't say it's so dumb, though. I don't think English is dumb. I think English has just become the general language. And I think you cannot have a general worldwide language without some quirks. Simply because modern English, right, has been influenced in some way. Could be small, could be large, but has been influenced by practically like every country on the planet. And so that's like the state of modern English. It's where it is. The fact that I think the flexibility is honestly an added bonus there. So, for example, I say y'all all the time, right? Y'all. Like, y'all don't get just how often I say y'all. But y'all doesn't make sense. Y'all doesn't really make much sense as a word. But you can just say it. I can just say it and y'all know what I mean.
I'm just pissed that the British spelling. That's all. Like, not British, like English spelling. I'm pissed at the existence of English spelling. Like it's not phonetic, hence dumb. But at least it doesn't have grammatical genders. Like that's even worse. Like grammatical genders are just the worst thing a language can ever have, and any language that has grammatical genders is absolute trash.
Ooh, this could lead to repeated stuff, actually. Okay, there we go. Main H. And
I absolutely not too radical, not too hot takes out there.
Terminate? No. Would this work already?
English also takes the plural of early takes from is unlike any other language that they like cactus arrow cacti, not cactuses. Well, words that come from the like Latin language have this like uh, words that come from the Latin language and end with us are pluralized with replacing the us with an I, like cacti, platypi, plural of plantipus, or stuff like that. But I think in American English, the conventional English one is like cactuses or platypuses are also accepted.
I think that's very sad, actually. Replacing us with I. That's very sad. That's, yeah. Society, am I right?
It's just communism versus capitalism, us versus I.
Yeah, looking for good examples in French isn't difficult. In what video have I used arrows? Was the most recent video in which I used like 3-dimensional arrows? Hilbert space. Alright. There we go. Now, which one is the arrow? I think this one. Yep, that looks like the arrow. Let's see.
Oh, what?
Fingers
Is the
crossed.
French? Oh, all right.
That's a comically large arrow. Poisson. Poisson.
When you said it, it just
Poisson.
sounded like more. So
Poisson. Look how every single word. I just love pronouncing French words in like the meme fashion. Croissant. Croissant. Do you know how the broccoli's name is pronounced in French? Yeah, the broccoli. Obviously. I've pronounced it multiple times in my videos already, so, you know. No surprise today. Yes, the broccoli. And the broccoli wavelength, you know. I love me some good the broccoli equations. Oops, there we go. This.
it's always peak when scientists just give up pronouncing other scientists' names.
Some scientists have names that are supposed to like make you give up. And then this right here, we'd like to realize instances, apply this, and then, oh goody, oh goody, oh great.
I just realized that I know the like official family name of 4 people on this, no, 5 people on this server, and out of those 5, 4 of them I just look at it and no, I give up, and that includes my family name as well.
There we go. Now we can get back to coding. Coding and code. Ah, great. Okay, so right here, we can make a window now, which is great. And one last thing we'd like is cleanup.c, cleanup.h, and in cleanup.h we like functions void cleanup, like so. Because Norway is making me lose it. That's what Norway does to a person, you know? Okay. And now, in the cleanup, first glfw window, which will be glfw terminates. Is that really it? Now, right here, I would like it to wait for like a second. So I'm just gonna make a loop, which like runs for 10,000 iterations and does absolutely nothing. X is equal to 2. There we go. Would that work, or will... Oh no, GCC figured it out. Damn it! Oh, you clever, you clever dog. Fine, let's just do 1,000. Let's do print. There we go. Perfect, we have a window now. Now what? Now... That's right, I've got to wait until the user hits an escape key, which means... Ooh, I see. Like that. So right here, we have the init. Then, after the init, we would like to have the run.c be different. Run.h. My goodness, I'm already making 7 billion different files. I'm at least doing it properly, which is good. Right here, int run like so. It takes in nothing because it won't need anything. Functions, there we go. Then the main includes run.h. While this is gonna be proper good. Not run a cursed line. This is hard to explain why this is funny. I do have to say, I'm so sorry for alienating practically everyone, but you have to trust me, what I'm doing is funny, okay? I can't explain why, it just is. It just is funny. glfw swap buffers window. glfw pull events. Now this should work, hopefully. It should create a window. Wait, no, that's the wrong window. I haven't built it yet. It did create a window. Oh, that's the dumbest. Oh, that's just the dumbest. Okay, that is just the dumbest. The absolute unbelievable dumbest. And then wanted to return 1. Actually return this. 1 should mean keep going, whilst 0 should mean stop, which means we will actually want this. Oh, this is the dumbest. Okay. Why are you writing graphics in C? We love you. Don't do this to yourself. I am not well, you know. I am just genuinely not well. I need this. I need this in my life. This is my drug. This is a really silly way to do stuff, I do have to say.
Drug, it feels like self-harm rather.
I'm done with self-care. Time for others' harm. Okay, let's see.
That's the yeah, I can get behind it.
I'm glad that Alu is on the server because I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna send this to Alu.
Is it a good or bad thing?
It's funny. It's listen, it's really difficult. Like, okay. This is very alienating because it's easy. It really is easy to switch between explaining chemistry and explaining physics, for example, right? Like, it's really easy to switch between two. If you have someone who knows a lot about chemistry, you can explain physics to them. If you have someone who knows a lot about physics, you can explain chemistry to them. For
Yeah, but
this,
physics and chemistry are brother and sister.
yeah, for this, the similar background that would allow me to explain this would be mathematics. That would be the closest one. But not that many people not that many people are into mathematics in this community, surprisingly, even though I'm making so many mathematics videos nowadays.
The math channel is the most active one.
Yeah, but that's only because like Lemon is schizo posting that. I mean, okay, on Discord, yeah, there are a lot of mathematicians, but they don't join in on streams. On streams, it's mostly just physicists and chemists. I do have to say that's very appropriate that I am, as a clown, just coding this. That just feels right. Okay, so mathematicians are too busy solving their made-up equations. Too busy having a mental breakdown. Actually, no, mathematicians don't have mental breakdowns. Mental breakdowns have mathematicians, you know? And you can quote me on that. But basically, okay, Timon, I think I can explain what's happening here.
All right, yes, please.
Basically, we start right here, right? With the main, that's where our program starts. Then I initialize everything, then I run it, and then I clean it up. So initializing creates all the variables we'll need. So for example, it creates the window. If I go to init, it creates a window, right? GLW init, and it creates the window that we have. Then running just runs the entire program. This is the entire program. The entire program right now basically amounts to check what the user did, and if the user pressed escape or close the window, then close the window. And then the last thing is the cleanup. Cleanup does the opposite of initialization. So with initialization, we created the window. With cleanup, we destroy the window. The funny part here is that normally when you have a loop, you know what a loop is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so normally when you have a loop, the way it works is like you have two parts. You have first the logical statement. So for example, if when I is greater than 0, and then you have your program here. So for example, I minus minus. So subtract, or actually I subtract 1, right? And so basically normally how it works is that in the loop, you check if I is greater than 0. If it is great, so for example, let's say that we start with I equal 3. So you check if I is greater than 0. Is I greater than 0? Simon?
Yeah, 3 is greater than 0. I was so confused because like US is I equal to 0, and my brain immediately went to imaginary numbers.
Yeah, but yeah, in this case, is for index, like, you know, like sums in
Yeah.
mathematics. So yeah,
Yeah.
I is greater than 0. That means that this is correct. And so
Yes.
we go right here. We run this code, which means I is equal I minus 1, which means I is equal to 3 minus 1. So new I is equal to 2 now.
Yeah.
So we run it,
Yeah.
and then we get back, and this time I is equal to 2. So is I greater than 0?
Yeah.
Exactly. So we repeat the process, then I is I is equal to 1.
This is just a simple while loop.
Yeah, simple while loop, exactly. And then eventually I is I equals 1 minus 1, where we get I is equal to 0, and when we get I is equal to 0...
And the loop stops, yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's how a while loop works. Precisely. Now, one thing which you may notice, so normally in C, the way you do while loops is you do them like this. While... Here is the logical statement. So, for example, I is greater
Hold
than
on,
3.
I get an advertisement in this. Alright, I can see it now.
You can see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how we would do it in C. We have while I is greater than 3, I is equal to I minus 1. Right? So this is the logic. This is the loop. Correct? Makes sense. You're on board with this so far, right? You have the logic part, and you have like... So this is the logical statement that tells you if something is true or false. This is the actual code that you execute. Does that make sense? All right, so...
I did while loops just in Python.
Okay, yeah, and here is the same idea, right? You have the logical statement and you have the code you execute. You understand this perfectly, right?
Yeah.
Now, with that in mind, okay, so this is the loop. You have the logical statement and you code to execute. This is what my while loops look like. My while loop looks like. Notice anything peculiar?
I'm not
There is the logical statement.
Yeah, while the running is like true.
This could make it easier for you to understand what's going on. That's the loop.
Oh, wait, the return is for the...
There is no code to execute inside the loop.
Yeah.
It's not executing anything.
Then why is it there?
It has to be there because... so basically, if I build this right now, if I run it, it works perfectly fine. If I remove the loop, however... I need to end the line in order to remove the loop. If I remove the loop, however, if I run it now, then the window breaks instantly.
What?
I love C. I love C so much. And Alu said on the Discord server, that code is evil. Well, not evil, I guess, just I would never code this way. TBF means to be fair, Caspin. Yeah, so now you can see, Timon, why this is funny.
What the okay. This is why I had 4 semesters of programming and still don't know anything, and all the changes that I just started to hate it.
Actually, programming is in C. The reason why I love programming in C is because it makes so much fucking sense. Like...
Only 1 semester was in C, the other 3 was in Python.
That may be why. But in C, it makes perfect sense. Like, always makes perfect sense, no matter what you do. And so, want to know how this works, actually?
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, then what I'm doing here is that basically I have a function called run, right? And what I would actually... Should I explain this? So you have the logic and you have the code to execute, correct? The logic. So let me rewrite it again. You have right here the logical statement, And right here you have the code that you execute.
Wait, I think I understand. Can I check if I
Yep.
understand? Can you go back to the thingy? So, like, you don't want that return cleanup to happen, so you're just running an empty while loop so that it
Not quite.
not quite.
The point
dang
here
it.
is that you have the logic statement, right? And the execution, the code to execute. However, the logic statement is still just code. Which means what's actually happening is you don't have a logic statement and the code to execute. You have the code to execute and you have the code to execute. Which means that if you take all of this and if you just shove it into the while loop, then you don't need anything inside the while loop. Which means I could just take this, create a variable called return, right? Or ret, because return is already taken. Ret. I could just add if ret is greater than 0, and inside do this. Ret is equal to run. I could just do it. However, both this and this executes code. So instead of doing it this way, I might as well shove it onto the inside, like so.
But this just means while the code is running, run the code.
Yeah, because over here in my function, I made it so that, well, it returns a 1 unless user closes the window. So it runs, right? It runs all the time, but when user closes the window, then this returns a 0, which means the loop breaks. And code just keeps going to clean up or just turns off the program. No, it doesn't execute code, compiles is smart. Yes, it very much executes code, Betseg, because otherwise my program wouldn't fucking work right now. That is exactly what is happening. The while loop still has to exist. If you plug in a function into the while loop, it will run that function because it has to. Otherwise, it has no way to evaluate what that function does. And so as such, this just works. Right here, obviously, return cleanup. Cleanup should return 0. It executes lines of code. Actually, it doesn't, because it's compiled. There are no lines to execute. C is the grandpa innovation. I mean, C is great. I love C so much. So it makes perfect, absolute sense.
Wait, like, you're the
So, for
first
example,
person who ever said that everyone I know hates C.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, most people I know hate C.
That's because they just don't understand it. So, for example, this loop we had, right?
Yeah.
Now, how would we make this loop into a single line? Well, this one is a bit more tricky. We require a bit more, like, a bit more exact. But basically, this is the full and proper loop, right? Was I is greater than 0, and then execute I is equal to I minus 1. However, if you compact this in, if I'm not mistaken, then C will just interpret this as just the I. So if you compact into a bracket, then C should just take I out of it, which means I'm pretty certain you could rewrite it as just a loop like this. I is equal to I minus 1 is greater than 0, and then an empty loop on the inside. It's kind of dumb, but it makes perfect logical sense because if you understand how computers work. And that's why I love C so much. It's great and it's lovely and I love it. I'm gonna make a video about it soon too. Eventually, just add it to the list.
Most people I know like C#, but hate everything that was before that.
Ah, C# is cringe. Can you not write I minus equals 1? You can go even further, Italian mapper. You can just write I minus minus. That's even quicker. It's kind of weird to me that Python doesn't have minus minus or plus plus, but hey. back on the mechanics. No,
like when we did like the basics in Python before importing any library, I was absolutely obsessed with programming, and I tried doing like every mathematical thing, like you know, basic stuff, like for example factorials, and making a function that computes the factorials in most efficient ways, and things like that. And like I don't know, I had so much fun with it, but then like libraries were introduced, and they just told us that we just got like read a bunch of text, and then somehow figure out what to do, and that's when I just started hating it.
that's how most programmings actually work, unfortunately. Most of the time you just have to look stuff up and then figure out what it means, and once you figure out what it means, you just use that library instead. So for example, right now I'm making my own graphical library, but the actual proper programming way to do it would be just download a library, read how it works, and then implement it. However, I find that a very boring approach, so instead I'm gonna make my own.
Yeah, I know that this is most programming, and that's when I started disliking it.
Can I post a link? I don't think you actually can, and that's not like me not giving you permission. YouTube just doesn't allow links. So I don't think you can post a link.
What what kind of link do you want to post? Because yeah, maybe like maybe you can post it on Discord or something. It's possible. I mean, I'd say just send it on Discord. Like, yeah.
There we go. Right, you will have. It's a bit more confusing then. Because right, all of these should technically be just numbers. How am I supposed to represent different dimensions? That could be colors, actually. It's not bad. Yeah, that isn't exactly bad.
Basic to know, right? Um, yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this is code.
Why do you have thinking about crabs on your Discord? I'm curious now. I am interested in crabs. Doing well both generates the same machine code. Exactly what I'm saying, yeah. There is no difference between executing it inside or outside, because both have to be executed. Hence why I just like screwing around with it. Okay. G. B. There was a difference between putting around an actual body. No, I did. No, I said that there is no difference. That's why I can shove it on the inside and it still works. If there was a difference, then I couldn't actually do that and then it would break. But thankfully, there is no difference. And because of that, I can do all sorts of tomfoolery. It would be a really fun video to explain how C works. The only problem is, in order for that video to make sense on my channel, I would first need to... I would need to introduce it as part of the computer science series, which would require me to make a bunch of other videos. Did I say that it's slower? If I said that it's slower, my apologies. I misspoke. The B looks so much off-center, even though it's not. There we go. Perfection. Matrices will be annoying to visualize as well, because right here you have numbers, then you have the colors. Then for matrices I have no idea what I'm gonna do. Alright, back to the thing. Great. Oh, I'm gonna have to do with shaders, won't I? Because of OpenGL, of course. The second point of the tutorial is already the first triangle. Oh, there is... Okay, so my first graphical engine I made in Vulkan. And Vulkan is famous for, like, having a thing where basically in order to draw a single triangle, you first need, like, 300 lines of code. All go like this. These are all, like, required things. All of these. All of these. Keep going. The window surface, then there is the swap chain, image views, right, pipelines, shader modules. Does this actually draw a triangle already? Oh, no, that's description of a shader, of course it doesn't. You just still have to keep going, still keep going, still keep going, command buffers, of course, rendering present, still keep going, and there. Now we have a triangle. Like, it was fun. I still have the code. Like, as well, why doing this? So funny enough, that I used to do it a lot. I used to enjoy it. Vulkan. Like all of this. The issue with C is that it's tough to explain like what certain things do. So for example, all of this code right here, plus all of this code right here, plus all of this code right here. Like for the purposes of... I could actually keep going with a bunch of different stuff. For the purposes of anyone using it, this code does like nothing. Like it lets you make stuff. If you want to draw a triangle, this is the code that allows you to draw a triangle. It doesn't even draw the triangle. It just allows you to do it. Allows you to try to make a triangle.
How kind.
So it's very difficult to explain what you're even doing most of the time when you're going to low-level programming. I won't dig into details now. I need to create a vertex array object and set it as the current one. Bin. I know the details. Yeah, but Node.jl should be much easier. Is the draw nothing draw triangle? You should rewrite it in Rust. I don't like Rust. I don't like it. The reason why I love C so much is because C is simple. It's like it does exactly what you tell it to do. Oh, I'm sorry. If I do int a is equal to 0, and then if I do int a is equal to 1, then that's not allowed because I define a twice, and that's not allowed. Oh, don't worry. Let me just put brackets like this, and all of a sudden the code will compile just fine. Just to show you, if I do int a twice, if I try building it, it doesn't work because I defined a twice. However, if I just put the brackets, witchcraft, all of a sudden it does work, works perfectly. That's why I like C. It does exactly what you tell it to do. With Rust, it's like, not a fun, not a fun. It's trying to be too clever for me. I don't need my programs to be clever. I need dumb stuff. Rust allows it without brackets. Exactly! That's exactly my problem. It shouldn't allow it without brackets. Without brackets, it doesn't make sense. It should break without brackets, because you're trying to define the variable with the same exact name twice. And that shouldn't happen, because that introduces ambiguity. Later on, when you refer to A, which A do you refer to?
Isn't the A you said the like later will be the actual A and the other just gets overwritten?
Well, no, that's what normally would happen. If you do this, then yes, then like you create, because here's the thing. What you do here basically is like you take one byte, well, in this case more than byte, but doesn't matter. You take one byte, right, in memory with some address. Let's say that the address is 1006, because why not? And then you put a value of 0 on the inside. That's what you do. And then in the next line, what you do is you take the same exact byte, and so byte with address 1006, and you change the value on the inside to 1. Like, that's what this code does. However, if you do it this way, then what you are doing is you are creating a byte with 1006 that has a value 0 on the inside, and on the next line you're creating another byte with the address of, I don't know, 3006, for example, that has a value of 1. And in your code you refer to both as A, which means that the program has no idea if you're talking about this byte or if you're talking about this byte. Make it, what about pointers? I never got why people are so confused about pointers. It's simple. This is the value, this is the address. What are pointers? Well, that's the address. So for example, so basically, all of the memory inside of a computer is indexed. Which means that if you use the address, if you use the 0th byte, you have the 0th byte, you have the first byte, you have the second byte, and so on and so forth. Now, these bytes hold different values, like for example, 7, 220, a 1, and I don't know, just 100. Why not? All of these point to different, all of these hold the different values. So you have the address, and you have the value. When you use A in your code, then it takes in the value 7. If you take the address of A, then what it does is it takes the address, which means 0. If you, however, do the pointer of 0, then it will give you the value at address 0, which means it will give you 7. So you basically have a number, and address tells you the value at that number. Well, no, you have a number, and address tells you the address of that variable. The pointer tells you, however, based on the address, the value. Does that make sense? That's basically the pointer, this. You give it the address and it gives you the value at that address. I never got the confusion about it. It's... If I had my animations, I would be able to explain it even better, but this is good enough. What now? Then what are pointers of pointers? Well, that's simple. That's the same thing. Like, pointer is just a number. Or rather, the address is just a number. Which means that if you... so, let's say that you have this system, alright? Actually, let me... This is actually really trivially simple. Imagine that you have 3 bytes, okay? Just 3. Your entire computer is 3 bytes. Don't question the logistics. Byte 0, byte 1, and byte 2. Now let's say that you create a variable, let's call it a, which would be equal to 70. And a would reside right here. That means this is your variable a, and it has the value 70 on the inside. Now let's say that you create a variable b, that would be the address of a. What is the address of a? Well, address of a is just 0. Which means that if we have another variable b, then it will hold 0 on the inside. Just the number 0. Now if you create another variable c, which will be the address of b, well, address of b is 1. Which means that this variable c will just hold number 1. Which means that right now what you can do is you can take c and you can take the pointer of c, which will effectively translate to just pointer of 1, which means you're checking what value is at address 1. And the value at address 1 is just 0. That's simple. What's more, what you can do is you can take the pointer of c, pointer of a pointer of c, like this. And now what this does is it's taking the pointer, c is storing value 1, which means what you get is pointer of pointer 1. Pointer 1 just tells you what value is at address 1, and the value at address 1 is 0, which means this effectively translates to pointer 0, which tells you what value is at address 0, and the value at address 0 is 70, which means you get 70. It's really simple. It really is simple. Pointer just means take the value, plug it as the address, and check what's inside the address. Congrats, yeah, now you understand pointers, exactly. Alternatively, if you didn't like my explanation, you can always go on YouTube to look up a tutorial on pointers. A really quick tutorial, you know, 4 hours long, in case you'd like to. I don't fucking know why it's 4 hours long. I've never seen that tutorial, and I genuinely don't understand how it could be 4 hours long. Pointers to pointers has a 10-minute long segment. How? Why would you need a 10-minute long segment? Pointers as function arguments? What's the difference? Basic idea is different data types. The only difference between data types is the size, and that's it. Every single data type is just a number. Just a number. Hi the Reblax, hi. And today we're gonna listen to Make It Round about pointers apparently. It's a quick... I do tend to do that. Okay. So this, drawing a triangle. Which means we want to draw a triangle. So the cleanest way to do it would be to also do temp data.h, honestly. And functions void create data. Right here. And then...
Reblox arrived a few seconds later. The people already asking Reblox French words.
Yeah. Wait, I don't want to do it this way. What am I doing? Why didn't you stop me? Actually, let's not create temp data. Because this is a gateway to just messy code.
Hi there, Theo. Hello.
Hi, Theo! Point.
The logic. How do you pronounce it? The logical way. Like oi. Oi. Is it oi?
Find vertex range for. Oh, perfect example, by the way, everyone, of what I just said. Right here, I don't think I should put into run, but whatever. Right here you can see that we have the vertex array, and we give this function the address at which it resides. We don't give it the number, we give it the address.
Ozia. Is it
Wassail.
Ozzy?
It's wassail.
What? What?
Wassail.
Clay. What's clay?
Oh, I just rendered. Major transformer vectors meaning that they would be kind of more like made. How am I supposed to represent the matrix? Minus H. My goodness, I messed up bad. I just life would start. Fudge. It's not what I meant at all. No. There. There we go. Now, how to represent a matrix that conveys the point I'm trying to make? Yellowish? That's not bad, actually. Y, BY, and then all of these will be just RGB except mixed with a hint of yellow. What do you mean nothing to copy? Why does the Control C never work? Okay, there we go. RG. There we are. These are 2/3, and this is green, so 1/3. Okay, great. Now. Okay, that's kind of it. It's kind of actually a lot of topology relies on the circle and this really not being the same thing.
Wait, what's the difference? Is it that the disc has two sides and the circle is one-dimensional?
You're asking a topology question. Why do you even bother?
I was asking Rablax.
Yeah, I know, but still, why do you even bother? It's a topology question. You're not gonna find a satisfying answer.
Circle is only the boundary of the disc. Ah, yeah, alright.
Oops.
This was a pretty simple and satisfying answer. Like,
That's satisfying for you?
yeah, like circle is the like line and disc is when you color it in. Like, it's that easy, and I don't see any problem with that.
Color it in.
Draw a circle, and when you color it in, it becomes a disc. That's all. Like, it's easy.
Such a physicist. Imagine doing mathematics by actually imagining what it means. Unbelievable.
I'm something called a physicist. It's my job. Well, not my job, but like, I hope it will be my job one day.
Fuck, I did it backwards, of course I did. This is meant to be the first one. This is meant to be the second one. This is meant to be the third one. Is that good enough? Yeah, sure, why not? There are no satisfying answers. In topology? No, there aren't. In mathematics, there aren't any satisfying answers. There's always just questions. Like, mathematicians get paid more for asking questions than answering them, and it shows. Do you know how mathematicians deal with four-dimensional space? by not dealing with four-dimensional space, only calling it n-dimensional and generalizing over all possible spaces. Just better say four to yourself very confidently. I started a new habit, by the way. I have a notebook in which I just note stuff. A notebook exclusively for maths. And I just note stuff down in it whenever I am in the mathematical spirit. One thing I love, all these high dimensional things do not. Sometimes you cannot generalize. Coward! That's the whole point of generalizing, is that it's fun because everything has oddities. No, you cannot generalize 1 divided by x because 0 is undefined. Coward! Define it!
1 divided by 0 is just infinity.
Exactly, that is true. That is true. And all the
Here, I solved mathematics.
and all the mathoids will have you cancelled for that, for saying the truth. Actually, I am curious. When we have a field of real numbers, okay, why can't we deal with it like with a finite field? Like, why can't we have the point at which it goes to infinity? Bravo, unfortunately, creating the cycle. I was actually about to ask that, Reblax. When we have a field of real numbers, right? Why can't we just, like, loop it around? Like we do with finite fields? What's the reasoning there? Like, if you keep going to infinity, why can't you emerge with negative infinity? Why can't only the finite fields loop to loop? We'll make
I'm
it how
pretty
would...
sure infinite fields can loop. Like like there's that sphere thingy when like both infinite minus infinite, infinite times I and minus infinite times I are the same point, and there's some mathematics thing going on, and that's all I know about that. But it
Infinite
exists.
fields at liberal, if that's what you ask. No, I mean, why don't we apply that to just, you know, all the fields? How would that work? I have no idea. I'm here to ask questions, not provide answers. What would that mean exactly? Well, it would mean that for any point on the field, you would have, like, you would have two ways to get there. So, you know, when you have, you would have A plus B equals C, and then you also would have A minus D equals C. Like, for any C and any A, there would exist a B and D. Wait, no, because this could just be the negative version of B. Never mind then. That's silly. What would be a better way to formalize then? It hasn't. This one. Yeah, I know. I realized. That's why I erased it immediately. Wait, plus, I'm an idiot. Should be A plus D. There we go, is equal to C. So we get D is equal to B. In a way. In a way, yes. Oh, I forgot this because the fields need the addition and multiplication defined right. I did forget that those are part of the field. It's almost like this. Is it because you need to approach with 0? Is that why? Everything goes like here. Is it because you can't have negative numbers in the Gauss field? That's why it needs to always loop back to 0. I mean, the multiplication doesn't loop, I suppose. Fermat's little theorem. I'm going on a tangent. I shouldn't. I should focus on what I'm doing. Numbers only make sense in order fields, like getting in order field stuff. Damn it, big mathematics strikes again. Pointers. Sisyphus was right.
What did Sisyphus say? Do
It doesn't matter.
like no? I mean, in this context, I don't see how it is like.
What is this sum of sets character? I always forget. Wait, union of sets, of course. Of course it's called the union. Union, alright. Hmm. Still rendering. Wait, what will be next? So that actually does not require a small connection. Very different. There's no connection between them. Separate by hard, impossible barriers. No, because okay, so we don't need the camera to go to the side. All right, bye, Replex. Bye. See ya.
Bye.
I think I might have fudged up with one thing.
What happened?
So I ordered a gift, right?
Yeah.
I ordered it a bit late.
Oh.
I needed to be here in a week. And it's coming from America, and I ordered it 2 days ago. Or was it yesterday?
Ooh.
It's gonna be rough. And
Yeah.
it could come in 5 days. That seems achievable.
Like
One ocean.
5 days. 5 days is often not like within Europe.
Hmm.
Like 5 days is, for example, from Hungary to the Netherlands. That's approximately 5 days, but that's the like yeah with post, not package delivery service. So
Okay, that's not true because I've also ordered another gift, and that gift will be this Monday. And that other gift is coming from somewhere in Europe, I don't know where. So in Europe, it's like 4 days.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
but 4 days.
like
But to be fair, those two of those are weekends, so it's more like 2 days.
mm. All right. Obviously, it depends on the delivery service, or like yeah, and each
Fudge.
company has like different yeah.
No,
It's
I
like
fudged up.
a few days like if you order it in at the beginning of the week, it will be like there that week. That's the that's a Europe thing.
That's a Europe thing. Timon,
No,
are you focused on something different in the background?
no,
No? You're not doing anything right now. Anything other?
like yes, but I'm not focused on it. I'm just spamming left click basically. That's what I've been doing for the past few hours. Hi there. Uh,
Oh,
hi.
Hi, Quasar.
Hello.
Quasar! Damn it, I'm walking right now. You joined in at the
oh,
wrong time.
so I should come back later. Okay.
Damn it. Honestly. Unbelievable. Alright, let's move the camera. Actually, you've joined in. It's curious. I was actually doing some coding in the background.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I just need to set this up to render real quick.
I have finished, I think, a near 12-hour hibernation after such a long drive.
Oh, wait, what now? I couldn't rehear.
Well, I've just woken up after I think like a 12-hour hibernation after a
Oh,
long
I see.
drive.
I see. Well, then I'm glad that the first thing you do after you wake up is joining the stream. Good, good. The initiation has begun.
Dedication.
Exactly. Where were you driving?
So I was working in Bavaria in Germany, and I had to drive all the way back to the other side of the country on the more western side. So it was a long journey, mainly because construction and traffic accidents.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it clearly wasn't Quasar's traffic accident, so you know.
No. It's, other people already in existing accidents that gunked up the works.
Yeah, they did all the hard bits of being in the accident.
Exactly. I just enjoyed the after effect of cars moving on the freeway at like
Everyone
10
is doing their
kph.
part. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has their own job to do there.
Oh yeah.
This buffer gen vertex race. Oh my goodness, it's been. Forgot how much I loved it. Why is it banding? Oh, because it's generating it. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. There we go. And then the vertex buffer, and then the same exact thing. Got it. Point buffer. Buffer data. I have missed C. Every now and then I get that itch to just make something, and my brain always just defaults to doing coding in C. And what I'm doing right now is such an incredible waste of time and unnecessary overkill.
There's like some satisfaction that it itches when you program in something that low level to do something very simple that could be done
Yeah,
in minutes,
it really
higher
is.
level language.
Oh my goodness, when every single time when I am just manually allocating memory instead of just making an array, it just feels right. Oh yeah,
it's like GC, I don't need that.
oh yeah, dividing my program into 4 different files, simply, and 3 out of those files do things that wouldn't even be required in Python, for example. Yeah, that's making a mess for myself. That's always great.
Oh yeah, it's a good learning experience too.
Yeah, especially when I'm actually making it not as a learning experience, only for a video. It's so dumb. I am making a simulator, basically. I want to make some videos with simulations, and I want to make like just a simple visualizer for it. Like technically, I guess I could justify it as in, oh yeah, C will be quicker, which means the simulation will go. But let's be real, I'm not doing it for the speed. I'm doing it because I'm clearly insane.
Well, also at the same time, it's hard to really know if your C code would be faster because if you used Python, you'd probably use some library that was implemented in C. So that could be faster in theory.
Exactly. That's just a rationalization of someone who really wants to make this in C.
Oh yeah. I mean, I just give the honest truth. I'm like, I'm just having fun. Just leave me be.
Wait, the GL functions are... Oh, goodness, no. Oh, no. Or is it because I didn't include something that I should have included? That is much more likely. I like how instead of consulting the tutorials, you know how OpenGL and Vulkan have their own tutorials, instead of consulting them, I'm just checking my own code because it's quicker. Just past make it. It feels like spiritually asking my ancestors, honestly. Just going through my old code and seeing what I did there.
Forgot how many things you have to do with Vulkan, and because most times, like back then, I used to just do hobbyist DirectX programming for fun, and oh my god, I never want to do that again.
It's the most fun and at the same time the most painful, and I want to be done with it thing.
Oh yeah, like 15-year-old me doing DirectX program, I was like, why did you do this to yourself? Like, you just enjoy flogging yourself? Apparently I did, metaphorically.
My code was correct.
Oh, there you go.
Oh wow, I didn't actually, yeah, I was missing GLAD, and I have GLAD. Also, another thing, you know how you always need to include like a bunch of libraries? That always annoyed me because for some reason, I know it's my complete skill issue, for some reason I always had trouble with figuring out which libraries I actually need. So I just have a single build that I reuse all the time, and I just remove library one by one until it stops building, and that tells me which libraries are required and which libraries I can just get rid of.
I mean, that is a way to do it.
Is that not how Pragma 1's? How do I still not know how Pragma 1's works? It's ridiculous.
When I code, I just import all the libraries that I've ever needed in my life and don't think about which one I'm using.
Timon, as much as I appreciate you like trying to fit in, this is not the this is not this case. We're talking about different kinds of libraries. Importing libraries in Python is a tad different from importing libraries in C, because in Python, if you want to import a library, you do it with a single line of code and it always works. In C, it never works. It's the opposite side of the spectrum. OpenGL had it already included. Remove this include, GLAD already provides it. Oh, wait, what? GLAD.h. I'm getting errors that GLAD already provides is in GLAD. Like, GLAD is telling me that I don't need this because GLAD already provides it. If I remove this from GLAD, then GLAD won't provide it anymore. Am I the weird one here? No, really, this is ridiculous.
Let's see.
Every single
Let's
error
see.
is in GLAD. OpenGL already included, remove this include, GLAD already provides it. It's in GLAD! I'm fine. No, Pragma once is Pragma once in main file. Oh, is that not? I just added it everywhere just in case.
Just remember, you have chosen this path.
I know. I'm fully aware. From the very beginning I knew what was going to happen. Pragma in main file. What do you mean? Oh, that's in it. Oh yeah, because you can't have Pragma in no whatever. There we go. Let's remove all of these. Okay, so that's all right. Yeah. So Pragma once isn't working for me. Am I dumb in this case? Did I forget how Pragma once works? Shouldn't it mean that header is only included once?
Better should only be once.
Because if this is only included once, then this error shouldn't exist. Yeah, because I know why it happens. I just don't know why my fix isn't working. Although it does also crash in main, which is a bit concerning. Oh no, it crashes in main H. No, wait, no, in main. Main init cleanup run. Main init cleanup, never mind. That is concerning. So main includes main H, and main H includes GLAD, and GLAD just dies. There we go, all I had to do was switch GLAD and GLFW around. How festive. Simple solution. Hope you're glad walking down this path. I sure am glad. It's this is so dumb. This gives me 4 errors, and this just works. I am baffled. Okay, run line 13. Size of G vertex buffer data. Oh yeah, G vertex buffer data doesn't exist. That makes sense. That's because we need this right here. Static constant, yeah, whatever. And it broke. Great. The one thing I realized. My goodness. Okay, let's make a new file. Let's call it random BS I don't want to deal with .c. And then I'm gonna call the header for it sad.h. That's gonna be the header. And in this case, this is just going to have a single function, which, damn it, I'm using a tutorial code, right? I'm using code from a tutorial in OpenGL, and they keep adding these useless error checks. Like, who needs them? Also, the code is in C++, so that means right now I have to change it to C. I'm fine. It's reading it from a file. No, I'm not gonna do it this way. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do it differently. Let's call it load, but maybe not create generate gen.c, and then right here generate shaders, which will not take a file path right now, only it will take constant char shader, and that's it. And then we will not in fact load in any shaders. Only we will string from the code.
Make it YTTY wants to it tells you hi.
The hi? Why would it? Wait, what? What do you mean?
YTTY texted me to say hi to you. That's all.
That's you know what? Might as well. Oh yeah, 80 is not okay. I see now. I see how this. All right, let's delete this. We don't need it. That's what every single programmer says right before deleting something that I absolutely do need. Compile vertex shader. All right, create shaders. That's good. That's required. Compile shaders. We're not going to have a print there because I trust my code and I don't need it to be double checked. Vertex source pointer. This is the string. So we have the vertex shader, and then we have the fragment shader. I knew there were two. So the vertex shader will be. Oh, you need the address of a pointer, so like this. There we go. I'm sorry, do you need an address of a point of an address to an address? This is wild. No, this broke me. Relatable, Theo. Relatable. STR. What does it return? This is a pointer to a pointer to a pointer. This returns a constant char string pointer. Oh no, because it's equal to I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah. This makes sense. Char pointer, so address of that char pointer right here. Ver shader, right. And that should be it. No need to error check. I trust my code. Then frag shader like this. No need to error check. I trust my code. Linking program, create program, link them program ID, then get like this. No need to error check. Result, do else need that. There we go. Delete the shader. We have the program. Then returns the program. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Now that we have this, kind of pretty. Pointer to pointer. It was this German bureaucracy. Topical, I suppose. This generate. Okay. And you include gen h, and then in main, right here we're going to include gen h, and we're going to just create the shader. Fine. I am certain that this code will work on the first try, and I will not, in fact, need to do anything, because it will just work properly, and everything will be just fine, and it's gonna be great, and it's gonna work really well. By the way, what can you offer me for a month of highest patron member? I don't have much. I will be brutally honest with you, Itty. I don't have much to offer. Let me think.
Like like it's literally listed on Patreon on what you get for that.
Yeah, but that's not much, is it? Ask,
Yeah,
ask
and like
Quasar.
Huh?
Quasar
like you
is
even
giving me
moved.
Quasar is giving me money for nothing. The highest patron tier isn't really worth much. at least,
Yeah,
at
I'm
least,
just vibing.
at least I'm honest about my scamming. All right.
Yeah, like the only other perk was the join in Premiere sometimes, which is why would you even do that? And then you just deleted the Premiere channel, so like
Yeah, because
like,
because of you, Timon, because you were like, oh, the Premiere tone doesn't make sense, and so I deleted
that's
it.
that's not what I said. I said that that's literally the opposite of what I said.
It was not literally the opposite.
But like virtually the opposite. Like I wanted one more voice channel, not one less.
There we go. This. Just some proper good code. I'm certain the end lines don't matter here, but I'm gonna add them anyway just in case. And then the fragment shader, which looks like this. End line, like so. What would you like me to offer you, Itty? As I mentioned, I don't have much. Okay, this broke. That makes sense. That makes sense that it broke. Putting it all together, this. Okay, so we created the shader. And then GL clear and run. And then what we need is we need to use the program. Which is the program ID, which we need to somehow get there, which means we need to do I am making this like so unnecessarily difficult for myself, I do have to say. This is pointlessly difficult.
What do you mean me secret super rank? What?
What do you mean undefined? There is to change shaders. It shouldn't be undefined, it's right here. What do you mean? How could it possibly... Oh, because I didn't add it. Never mind, that makes perfect sense. I forgot what kind of error this is. I'm an idiot, I'm a bloody moron. There we go. Gen, and now just build and let there be light. It broke. Okay, good. That's great. Fantastic. Why did it break? May I ask? Ah, generated minutes. Okay, so it screws up on the generation, of course it does. I need to follow school. Well, good luck at school. Bye, Eti. Have a good one. Have fun. I'm in school and watching this. Should pay attention to school. It's... What broke here? That's the question. That would be the question. One, two, three, four, five, six, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh yeah, right, because we don't have freaking... Wait, no, the standard IO standard loop should be there. What's going on? Undefined reference to print. Because I did print. My goodness.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Alright. So it breaks right here on GL create shader, I imagine. Okay. I'll learn more from the stream than from school today. I'm glad I could help in that case. I, however, just screwed up today, and that's kind of it. I mean, I guess I'm rendering in the background, it's not really a waste of time. It's all about the friends we made along the way anyway. Vectors and scalars, okay. 70 and like this. It's time for you to screw down. Exactly, Theo. What's really worrying about this line not working is that this really should work. It really should. Like, there isn't much I could screw up there. That's the problem.
Will you say that?
No, I mean, there really isn't anything I could have screwed up. Like, what could be going wrong? It doesn't make sense. These aren't my functions. Like, if they were my functions, I get it. Like, okay, that's that's to be expected. They're not my functions. Alright, let's do the typical thing where I just add more and more prints until it just works. Okay, yeah, so it's screwing up on the GL create shader. GL create shader. And should create a vertex shader and fragment shader. However, it's not really creating any. Why would it?
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Hi. Could it be possible that I'm missing some libraries? I have OpenGL. Should be anything. I remember why I stopped coding, you know? I do remember. I remember now. Just popped into my head, I like... That's why, right. It's fine. Are there any things I forgot to link? No. Good. It makes so little sense for the GL creature did not work. But hey, I believe in my own abilities to mess things up. What about this? No. This doesn't make sense. Exactly. We need this. It belts. Why wouldn't it function in any way? It doesn't make any sense. Hmm. Is this why? No. Unless the hint is supposed to be before the GLW in it. That wouldn't make much sense, but I mean... Okay, unless it's supposed to be after the create window. No, okay, good. It's good. So there's one thing that would make sense, and that is if the GLFW is somehow messing up with it. That would certainly make a lot of sense. And this should be before the creation of the window. To make macOS happy. the hints didn't help either. They didn't help. I may be a massive idiot, actually.
What happened?
Like this. Experimental equals true. It's experimental. What happened is the code stuff. Oh, is it because of standard bool? That no, this also doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. Just include glue. I'm pretty certain I should have glue as well in my SDK.
Are you calling yourself an idiot because you were having trouble doing the code, or because you even decided to do it at the first place?
Why not both? I can multitask.
Fair. Completely fair.
Make it, why are you writing code? Why not? I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I need to check my SDK. I'm pretty certain I have glue in my SDK, but I can't find it. Where even is my SDK? There it is. GLM Glad. I have glue in OpenCL as that's wild. Okay, so why don't I have glue? Hi everyone, welcome into the Make It Going Crazy for 5 hours ASMR live stream. Hope you all be enjoying your stay.
Oh, we will.
Do I just have it somewhere like randomly popped in with no... Right, GLM, we don't care about GLM yet. Well, we probably won't care it at all. We won't really be doing anything three-dimensional. Initialize GLW. Okay, we initialize it. Glue experiment was required the core profile. Let's say that we don't care for it for now, because, well, we don't. We don't care for both of these. Right, I forgot. There we go. It still breaks. Good. That's great. That's good. That's good. I was explaining our piss segment. This is beyond all piss. This is really beyond. Window, create window. Yeah, right. Make context current. Okay, first triangle. Then create array. Create all of this. Ah, my goodness. Why didn't anyone tell me that I was generating shaders before initializing the window? My goodness. Timon, you're fired. That's on you. You should have told me. Of course I was initializing the shader. How can you create shaders without the window object, which is required in order to make the shaders? Wait, no, it's still breaking. Never mind. Timon,
Maybe
you're...
can I just work here?
Never mind. Timon, you are unfired for now. Why isn't this working this time? Why isn't this time working? GL create shader. Okay, why isn't the GL create shader? Okay. No function. Experimental. Hint. Make context current has to be after the windows created. It doesn't. Oh, you need this, but I don't have glue. Would that be a problem? Because that certainly seems like it would be a problem. This certainly seems like a... Wait, oh, because glue. Okay, so we do need glue then. Which I'm pretty certain I should have. Why don't I have it anywhere? Don't make any sense. Check my SDK again. I have GLAD, I have GLFW. Where's the glue? I can just git clone it, how convenient. There we go. I have cloned glue. Now, is there anything in glue? I need to build it? What do you mean? Near the header. I suppose I will need to build anyway, but why is there no header though? There should be a header. That's not what I wanted at all. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, except whatever. Give me if I receive like a summary. I must be going crazy.
Gemma, I have answered your question on the, like yesterday on Discord.
There's OpenCL. Would OpenCL SDK have the glue?
Gemma, there in the freedom debate podium, there's a like debate that is like quote unquote debate that is just so people just put music there. Yeah, you can use that. I like it because it has the same vibe as the old music channel that only people who spend enough time on Discord will find it, but like it's not based on XP, just based on do you look around, and it's I really that's a really cool mechanics. I really like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool mechanics. GL create trader like this.
And also, unlike the music channel, that thread is actually active.
Oh my goodness, that's my own function. I've been wondering what this is. It's my own function. Oh, okay, there we go. I've been wondering why when I look it up I get nothing. It's my own thing. Okay, that makes sense. That's init. We don't care about init. We care about GL create shader. There we have it. There we go. That's GL create shader, which does GL create. Yeah, it does the exact same thing. What's the difference? I'm assuming it's going to be in main, the thing we're looking for. Can't be CGLM, can it? Might be, I don't know. I'm willing to try anything at this point. Oh yeah, right. Minutes. Just get rid of this as well. No. Okay, so it's initializing GLW. That's because I got this backwards this time. No, okay. So initialize GLW, then all the hints, which are these three. Then after that, create window, make context current. Okay. Then this. Then GL viewport. W set frame buffer size callback. That's relevant for now. Right, this, there we go. No elements. Screen height, screen width. For now, these. I didn't have a GL viewport. There we go. We have achieved the triangle. Okay, good, good. We have achieved the triangle. Alright, that makes sense. GL viewport didn't exist. That makes perfect sense. That really does make perfect sense. Right here we'll have a section, though, in which we create all the shaders. We don't really need all of these anymore. It's all gonna be inside the init. Right here, we create the shader. This should still work, although temp var shader, right, yeah, they're not defined, that makes sense, which means we just need to move them to the init. Gen shaders isn't there, that also makes sense, because the gen is supposed to be in the init now. And there we go, we've got the thing. Jeez, it only took like, what, 5 minutes? 3 minutes? The algorithm doesn't want to seem to pick up on your last few videos, it's weird. Yeah, when enough people like don't click on it, the algorithm just stops showing it. There we go. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Bye, telling Mappa if the stream is still going. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. For now, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back with you. Just give me a sec. And I am back. So, hi. Hi, the Marino, by the way. So we've made the triangle. Congrats. What next? Well, next, we like to do more than just a triangle. And in order to do more than just a triangle, we need to make some more stuff. So, basically, first git commit all the message. Hey Quasar, quick question.
Hello, that's me.
Yeah, when I want to add on Git like all the files I created, I can just do the A flag,
Git
right?
space add. No. What I do is git space add space dot, and I'll do everything relative to the current
is
area
it-
your directory's in.
When I do git add dot, is it recursively adding? Like,
Yeah, it
okay,
will.
good. Thanks.
Just that one.
Message. Technically, it works. There we go. Perfect. Thanks so much. Now, the code should be on my GitHub. There we go.
There you go.
90% C, 10% PowerShell. That is the very make it of me.
PowerShell. Gosh.
You know your code is good when 10% of it is just the building.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but it should be downhill from here. Wait, is it downhill from here? Downhill from here always confused me. Because on one side, I've really often heard it used like, oh, it goes downhill from here as it gets worse and worse. But on the other hand, I've also seen it used as like, it gets easier from here. I mean, it's gonna get easier from here because this was all the boilerplate we needed. Which means
Context definitely matters when you use
yeah,
that phrase.
I mean, in this case, it's gonna be both, I imagine. It's gonna be both easier and much worse.
Yeah, because like the problem is when you're messing with libraries like this, I often like to refer to them as just neckbeard technologies because whoever built the underlying technology was probably some neckbeard, and I don't mean that as like in an insulting way. I just mean they had to just piece this together and create this construct to basically provide this,
Yeah, like
and that's magic.
it really is. Oh my goodness, Alu does that. And that's I always found this magic. The reason why Alu has a programming tutor on Discord is precisely because they do this just wild stuff. It's always funny to me whenever I like get upset at stuff like Vulkan or OpenCL for being, for requiring too much. Like the realization that someone still had to make Vulkan and OpenCL. Like, even though it's so low, someone still had to make that. All right.
Very true. Someone had to slog through the trenches, start to finish.
Low level, and yet we're still using drivers. Hypocrisy. Okay, there we go. I forgot I was making a video in the background. I guess I should run something. So what we'll need to have the same. Well, scarce vectors are easy because a single number kind of behaves like a one-dimensional scalar. Alright. So right here, new white assign. It's gonna start at 1. It's going to go to 0. There we go. This one's gonna be new white 0, and it's going to start as white. It's going to end up as red. And then the last thing we'll need is this. Neckbeard technology. Delete that one in the middle. Oh, damn it. No, I messed up so slightly. This should have been right here. And delete your keyframes. There we go. Great. Great. Now this, add the keyframes, and what the heck? Oh yeah, right. No, this makes sense actually. This is just correct. And then y new white 1 and new white 0. Perfection. How do you pronounce LaTeX? I pronounce it like so. I pronounce it LaTeX. Distance.
But like, are you asking what is the proper pronunciation, or are you asking how make it is pronouncing? Because like
Those
yeah.
are two different things. No, all my pronunciation is proper pronunciation. Is everyone else that's wrong?
Yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce my own name. You
Exactly.
have to correct
You're
me on that.
welcome. You're welcome for me helping you out with that. There we go. Although this should be barrier 01, and the barrier itself shouldn't have that. Like so. And then, pitch black. We know it's incorrect. This should be 0.01 and math multiplied by 100. This doesn't look good, does it? No, it looks terrible. This doesn't look terrible, no? Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this at all. Although I could make it even better, I suppose, if I just didn't have such a massive skill issue. This with here and such plus 10, carry the 2, right? Go then increase it to the, and then multiply by 7. Then integrate the Laplace and Fourier transform. Why is this so difficult? Or am I just not thinking? Or is this too much? That could also be it. If this is greater than 0.0, no wait, 0.5 for example, like this, then we mix them, the top one versus the bottom one. There we go. Now I can decrease it like so. Except we don't really like the sharp peak. Why is this so difficult? So instead what we want is another color ramp. I am spending an unreasonable amount of time on this, I do have to say. There we go.
Yeah, that's part of the journey.
Yeah, exactly. It's about the. It's not about the videos. It's about the friends we lost along the way. Okay, analytics is LaTeX. Was something's wrong. Yeah. I think it's views low recently because tackling progressively complex topics is a good quality that low views are totally worth it. I know. I am totally aware that that's the reason. Like, I'm not surprised why people aren't clicking on a video called what is a Hilbert space or a video called the wave of the wave function, right? I'm not surprised. But I am going to slowly like diversify a bit, where I'm gonna go from just making very general videos to making three kinds: the advanced, the practical, and then even from time to time I imagine also some fun ones. But we'll see if I'll make any fun ones. That's a bit more of a
What do you
tough
mean
sell.
by fun ones? Like, or like all of your videos are fun. Like, but what would the fun ones like be different in?
I know stuff like the life of a star, for example, or
Oh,
maybe something with tachyons, maybe, or maybe stuff like this. You know, the fun, non-advanced, but still. Why isn't this working? Why this never working? I shouldn't be surprised. That's like the default state. That's what should happen.
speaking of Life of a Star, did you check out the astrophysics book I sent you?
No, I didn't have time. Bad. Oh, this is not bad at all. What happens if we do just power like, not power 100? That's not what I meant at all. Color ramp. Plug this in here. Oh, that's the problem. This just sucks. Oh, I see. Why isn't it mixing on the whole thing? That's not what should happen. There we go. Fixed it. Now this, we wanted to... Oh, it's actually not what we want to happen. We want... this. No, wait, the opposite. This to happen. Right. Never mind the opposite. There we go. I feel like a 5-year-old who has no idea what they're doing. They're just randomly mashing. Well, I mean, not exactly incorrect, I suppose. We don't want to multiply this. We want to do it like this. Hi, Tyler. What do you do with all these beautiful models animations when you finish making the videos? They just sit on my drive until I have need for them, maybe? Unless I don't have a need for them, in which case they just stay in purgatory forever. Never to see the light of day. As punishment for the sins. Oh, we want it to matter. That's what we want to happen. We want right here to add. Not this. Only. Wait, no, I'm an idiot again. I'm being an idiot. I plugged in the wrong thing. Did I do it correctly? Oh, hell yeah, I've done it correctly. Oh, that looks much better. Okay. Opens like... Oh, absolutely yes. Now some more we can animate it some more. Like, oh, I am fine with this. Yeah, okay. So why not open source it or something so more people can use it? Sorry, that's not stupid. No, open source animation possible. Open sourcing animations, I suppose, would be possible. But if I can be brutally honest with you, I don't really think they're worth open sourcing. The thing is, like this animation, for example, I just made. It's not bad, but if I, as an animator, had the option between like downloading an animation like this, finding it, or making it myself, it is genuinely quicker to just make it than to find it. For anyone who makes animations, it is genuinely quicker to make these sort of things than it is to look for them online. Because, like, for example, this really cool portal animation, it looks really grand, but it's just these nodes, and that's not a lot of nodes. What's more, they look much simpler. I've made my most recent video about this. Or was it? Yeah, the most recent one. Oh, I like this animation a lot. I really do. That's so unnecessarily cool looking, I do have to say. It really is just unnecessarily cool looking. Alright, so now we've done this quick video making tangent over, back to the coding. But you sound like you're struggling a lot making this. I bet animators would be glad to just download your animation than going through the struggle you just went through making them. But you would need to find the animation first. The thing is, this portal animation, I just made in what, 10 minutes? I really often model things, whenever I model things myself, it's not because it's better for me to model myself, only because it's quicker. Like, it's much better to just download models online, but even downloading it just takes more time. Tad pointless. I suppose I could open source them, but I genuinely don't think there's any value to it. Like, as someone who's experienced with this, I don't see any value in having it open sourced. I mean, I do copy some animations from my past videos, that's true. But really often, for example, instead of copying, even though I have it downloaded on my drive, instead of copying some past animations, I just make them on the fly because it's quicker. So, for example, whenever I need to make the nucleus, I just make it using geometry nodes, but I don't copy geometry nodes. But I don't copy geometry nodes from my past animations because it's genuinely quicker to just make them on the fly than to figure out in which video I use the nucleus last. It sounds like an app or site of finding them quickly makes anime. There's already a lot of them. CG Traders, for example, my favorite one. There we go. You can look up, I don't know, let's just say a shield, for example. And there you go, you have a bunch of shields. But then still, you need to find the ones with the right license, right? Can't just be free. You need to find the right one that works for you. Whenever you click on them, you have a cooldown to wait for download, and genuinely sometimes it's just easier to model one yourself. I know that I do have the obsession of making everything myself, which is a genuine problem at times. But in this case, it really is quicker. How much more of the quantum mechanics video do I have left?
Like it would be weird if you had the name Make It and you wouldn't make it
That
by
is
yourself.
exactly is the brand. I have 4 more pages. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What are you doing today? Well, Olo, I am animating a video for quantum mechanics, coding a graphical engine, and losing my mind.
That is multitasking.
I need to upload this video today, so I have 8 hours to get through 4 pages, so 2 hours per page. Well, actually, no, I have more than 8 hours. What am I saying? I have 14 hours. 14 divided by 4. That's a bit of a 3.
Wait, is coding just rage bait for nerds?
It is, yeah. I have 3.5 hours per page. That's doable. I'll need to edit them later on, obviously. I just check out library text. I'm disappointed not to find your name on the donor wall. Oh yeah, I really didn't donate to library text, have I? I guess I'll need to add it to the list of slice of pie charities. I'm so tired, and there's still so much work for me to do. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, where did we start today? We started at the end of functions. So we've done 1 page in 3.5 hours, which means if I keep going at the pace I'm going, I am barely going to make it. I still need to eat today. If I spend the entire day walking, I should make it. Make it. Are the plans for non-chemistry/physics video? Yes! In 6 days. There are indeed plans. Can Lamptex be classified as a charity? Are they even not? Are they a non-profit? Charities are non-profits. I'm pretty certain there isn't actually a difference. If I'm not mistaken, non-profit is the legal status, whilst charity is just what people call it. Oh, never mind. Not all non-profits are charities. Is there a legal recognition of charities, though? Like, is it international? There are international organizations, but international laws are. I don't want to get into it. Charity fundraising. Yeah, there's only international organizations, which, once again... Eat while you walk. Well, I plan on it, but I still have to get some food, you know?
What's the plan for today, food-wise?
KFC, I think. I don't really have much time to cook. And maybe some veggies.
That's what aren't frozen veggies like quicker to make than going
I don't have any.
outside? Oh, yeah.
Now, the fast food would be convenient considering how I'm looking for something fast. How did I explain it? Hi, welcome. Thank you for teaching me calculus. You did better than my teacher. Well, I'm glad I could help. I really am. I really am glad I could help. Fast food is not cost effective in Poland, and it is unhealthy. Yeah, but it's fast. In this case, if I need some food fast, I think that might just walk. It would be a single dad of you, though. Is making a non-profit brand because I've never seen you make a sponsored videos on your channel, or is it because of your principles? I know you value providing free knowledge to all that. Of course, it is non-profit. Yeah, it is. I really like what Tefta said. I think in one of his videos, he mentioned when he was talking about Open Masu, where he said that Open Masu isn't actually a non-profit or a for-profit. Open Masu is just like about making the open source prosthetics, and like it depending on which course of action would be best, he'll either make it a for-profit or a non-profit, because his actual goal is just making the open source things, and so depending which one would fit better. So I suppose in a way, Mike, it is a non-profit simply because profit is not my goal. However, money would also help me doing what I do. So it's a non-profit that's still concerned with profit.
But like, no, a lot of non-profit organizations are like concerned with profit because they
I would say all of
need
them.
money for
I
need money for equipment, but you also gain money for personal use, so you can't be qualified as non-profit because you very much profit from it.
But you can still do it with non-profits. If you start a non-profit, you can just hire yourself and still earn money from it. And that way you still profit from a non-profit.
Yeah, but if you earn money from if you earn money for personal use, it's not non-profit anymore.
It is. If you start a charity, for example, let's say a charity for curing cancer, for example, right? You collect $1 million in donations, and then as the CEO of that non-profit, you pay yourself a salary of $10,000, then you as a CEO just earned a $10,000 of profit. But the entire foundation is still non-profit. That's in fact how it works.
This sounds like a legal loophole because then you can just
Sometimes
pay
it is.
yourself as much as you want.
Sometimes it is. But there is a difference. Well, okay. So like for the person running charity, yeah, it could be a legal loophole. That's why you have services like Charity Watchdog, whom I love. Charity Watchdog. And in fact, if you go... Oh, sorry, it's Charity Watch, but they have a watchdog as an icon, so I always misremember. You can go for top-rated charities, for example. Something like... I don't know. Peace and International Relations, International Prince Institute, why not? You can see all of the money stuffs, and you can also see top salaries. And President CEO, I'm assuming that's current, is earning $250,000, I'm assuming, a year from a non-profit.
Mm-hmm.
Which like make
Okay, even if we consider this, are you legally hiring yourself?
Yeah, why not? Like you could say there's a conflict of interest. The whole point is that with a non-profit, it's difficult because on one hand, you do want it to be a non-profit, right? If you're getting all of the tax breaks and so on, you want to make sure that's a non-profit. But on the other hand, hiring yourself is perfectly reasonable for a non-profit. Like, if you started a non-profit, Timon, then you would probably hire yourself as the CEO, I imagine. And at the same time, you would want to have some kind of salary. Because otherwise, you won't have money to, like, live. If you don't have enough money to rent an apartment, then you probably can't effectively run a non-profit. Which means that in most cases, it would make sense that if you start a non-profit, you would profit from it. Because of just how it works. And then as they get bigger, then they just get, CEO compensation also gets bigger. But, well, I mean, if they're doing a good job. Cost to raise $23, that's pretty high. The charities, I specifically picked the charities. For example, Dana-Farber is one of them, if I'm not mistaken. Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, yeah, that's one of them, and they have cost to raise $100, $8. And in Dana-Farber, the CEO earns $2 million a year. Which is a lot. But still, the non-profit spent $2 billion. So the 2 million was in perspective. It is a loophole, but hey, there isn't anything else you could do. It's like the best way to do it. Don't make a review and a micro please. Why are YouTubers like you who genuinely care about educating the audience get finally left from government? It's not like you are making videos about random means of drama, but helping society. Are you asking me, Tyler, why do YouTubers like this get funded by government or platform? Do you mean like Kuchka's act? Oh, piss, I fudged up with the animation. I just realized. Didn't even notice, damn it. I'm gonna need to re-render this. First of all, when this appears, we'd like it to appear over there. That's good. I mean, not get funded. I mean, quite often they do get funded. They do. Rational Animations, for example. Rational Animations, they get funded a lot. So, I don't know. Which one would be good? The World is Awful. The World is much better. The World can be much better based on the paper. And who did they get funded by? Okay, in this case, I suppose they didn't actually get found by anyone. This one, was it by 80,000 hours?
It's easy to figure. Instead, video was adapted from part of the new 80,000.
There we go. This one was 8,000 hours. Now, when it comes to the governments, a lot of these was funded by AI safety non-profits, if I remember correctly. That's if I remember correctly. Kurz gesagt. Bill Gates funds Kurz gesagt. Exactly, yeah. Kurz gesagt also does a lot. I would like to get sponsored by non-profits, I do have to say. The only problem is that I don't really make content, which... I mean, I do collect money for charity. Want this
What
slice
do
of
you mean
pie.
you don't really make content?
I don't mean I don't make content that would fit. I would need to change up my videos a bit in order for them to fit. But... Wait, did I do the alpha correctly? Oh, I did do the alpha correct. Well, correctly-ish, unfortunately. That's because this, basically, we actually want this. Ah, damn it. Great, then. Greater than 0. Oh, that looks so much better. Simon Sanska is asking your age.
You know what? Guess it first. I want to see your guess first, and then I'll tell you. And please, chat, don't tell them. I want to see a guess. Whoa, that's actually a very, very good guess. Oh my god, I'm 22.
That could be older than me.
I could.
I like how Immortal and Italian Map both guessed 19 after you said you're 22.
But the stream can be late, depending on the internet and...
No,
Yeah.
Italian Mapper just retracted the message and replaced it with 18.
I mean, the
That's like
internet
just
might
guess
be very, very
19.
slow. I like asking it because a lot of people just guess 13 or something, and it's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, Ellie did think that I was 13.
Mikis, that is the probability of you being younger than 22. Yeah, if I am younger than 22, that means I'm younger than Timon. Yes. That is correct. What is actually... What do you all think is the oldest I could be? I'm curious. Because the lower boundary is 19. I've been monetized on YouTube for over a year, and you need to be 18 to be monetized. So the lower boundary is 19. What is the upper boundary for my age, in your opinion? Like something that it wouldn't make sense for me to be any older than. I love how we know everything about the co-host, but nothing about the host himself. It's not true. You don't know nothing. You know my personality. Which is more important, I would argue, in my age. Sequence of n, smaller than 10 of n digits. Is a sequence of n. Oh, it's gonna take such a long time to render again. And for what?
I'd say the upper boundaries. Like I can imagine you being like close to 30, but I don't know. It wouldn't make sense for me to like to for your age to actually start with a 3.
Make it when name reveal. 19 to 40. That makes sense. I'm sure you are no older than 27 because 23 and 27 are the only two prime numbers between 20 and 30. And you have admitted your age is a prime number some streams ago. Hey, if you say so, Tyler, that must be true then.
Since when is 27 a prime? And why is 29 excluded? God. Like, I love how like people decided that your age is a prime, but they have trouble finding the primes.
Yeah, no, you know what's funny there? This is actually Tyler, because there is like a lot of misinformation, right, about my age. Tyler just combined two pieces at once. One piece which you started, which is that I'm 27, and the other one, which is that my age is a prime number.
I started that too.
No, we didn't start that. It was a question. I've been asked by... Oh, who was the question exactly?
Sarah asked if your age is a prime number, and you didn't reply because that would reveal too much. And for that, I said that this means that your age is a prime number, because if it wasn't a prime number...
You really spread a lot of misinformation for me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Hi there, MP's Music. Hi. we have Tha is running the Ministry of Truth. You are running the Ministry of False. Is your age a perfect number? Oh, that's a good question. Who am I to say?
Well, make it is perfect, so obviously their age is a perfect number as well.
Exactly.
Duh.
Good night, Singularity. Good night. Good night.
So your age is 27, 28, and the prime. Like all of them together, right?
I think we can prove that 27 is a prime, since I'm 27 and my age is a prime number. Therefore.
Those are perfect number.
Make it, are you 23? You're just gonna ask me a number? Lazy! Come on. Why is your avatar a clown? That's actually not because of April Fools. That's just because it fits. It just fits on these streams, you know?
You mean April Fools? Oh my god, it's April Fools in like more than a week.
Yeah, it is.
A bit over a week.
Make it, you should play the Ultimate Custom Night. If I'm not mistaken, I have it downloaded, I think. The Ultimate Custom Night. Well, I'm not going to, because we're busy working on the video, you know? It's working so hard. Watching the animation tick by. Thrilling and captivating. Make it, does your real name start with any of the 26 alphabets? No, that would reveal too much, Sanska. I can't say. No.
Like, come on, I included Make It's real name on a art that I did yesterday.
Exactly. Exactly.
Make It's real name is not a secret. It's right there.
Make it, is your age a complex matrix? Actually, it's a ray in the Hilbert space. It hasn't collapsed yet. The superposition is still there. Make it here running Ministry of Maybe. Yeah, the Tha, Ministry of Truth, Timon, Ministry of False, and Make it Ministry of Maybe. It's like it's like you have the three gods. One always tells the truth, one always lies, and one is just like no help at all, just kind of questioning everything. Not really productive in any way. I get dizzy. Oh. Okay, hold on. Ah. 800 years old is not a prime number. You're not wrong. It isn't.
Yeah, but 829 is.
At least we are sure he's older than 20. Are you now? Don't be so bold. I could be 19. I could pull it off. What is your age, mod 1? Oh, sneaky. You can't live alone in Poland if you're 19, right? What do you mean by that?
What? 19 is not hard.
It's actually,
Like,
you know what?
legally at least.
I do have the, I'm gonna screenshot a comment. It's funny. Is one of the line of comments like, wait, you have electricity in Poland? It's one of those lines. I like it. Make it. How long do you live alone? Do we count the mannequin as a? No, is that it? Can that count?
I'm sure. Why not?
Why is there no KFC up for Poland? What's up with that?
Susie is their own person. So, yeah.
Can you marry me quickly so I can get an EU passport?
Listen, if Hungary gets kicked from the EU, I'm just gonna ask for Remco's hand.
So he is older than 18. Yes. That much I can't tell you that much because that much is kind of like I have to, otherwise I would be just doing illegal stuff. Which, as we all know, admitting to doing illegal stuff on the public live stream. If there's one thing I've taught you, it better be this. Don't admit to doing illegal stuff on the public live stream. Whether you can't live alone if you're on 19, right? Question. Because it's funny. It's the kind of question like, I don't know. Mickey, which you have as major in middle school? And which type did you go to? Bold of you to assume I went to middle school. Which one is the middle school, actually? I might have gone to middle school. I have no idea which one it is.
I think it's something from grade 5 to grade 8 or something like that.
Isn't that still primary school? Is there a difference between middle school and primary school?
Yeah, I thought that they were the same, but someone, I think it was Kit, told me that the primary school is the 4 or 5 years, and middle school are the like 4 or something years after that, and then you go to high school.
Remember the time you said you'd kill all of humanity if YouTube didn't exist? I said I would do crime if YouTube didn't exist. Come on. Get your facts right. I'm sure lying about your age on stream is no worse than that. I'm not lying about my age. That's the whole bit. Listen, I don't like lying. Not out of any moral standpoint, like, oh, I think lying is wrong. No, I just think if you're lying, that means you're an idiot. If you have to, lying is a sign that you're not good enough to just be honest. Megan, you had to go to middle school. Poland has legal requirement of schooling until you complete 18 years of age. Oh! Oh, then I guess I gone to middle school. If it's a legal requirement, then I guess I totally have gone to middle school. I don't remember, although I'll be honest, I genuinely don't remember what it was. Probably something physics related, like science, maths, physics, whatever.
What do you mean major in middle school? Like you fucking learn the I'm cussing again. Like you're learning, you start learning like basic history and like I don't know, goddamn basics of functions in middle school. Like what do you mean like majoring in middle school?
This is a pretty nice looking scene, actually. I like the balls. Wait, there's this one up. I'm an idiot. There's this one app that lets you like buy old food. I don't know what to call it, but basically, like, you know how sometimes restaurants have this food that like they don't want to, like, they can't sell anymore because it's old, so they would normally have to throw it away. Okay, I'm assuming that means no. Good, never mind then.
Yeah, restaurants sometimes have to throw away
Never mind.
food.
I don't know about you, but there is points from 3 and 5 if you do 5 you major in that field. This one, right? You expect me to remember that, Olo? Mate, I don't remember what I did 4 years ago. And you're asking me about that? Like, I genuinely don't remember how my life looked 4 years ago. No recollection. And you're asking me about my middle school. I'm just marking my paper right in front of me. Why are you chatting then? Bacon, do you have schools in Poland? No, actually, we haven't invented those yet. How did you learn how to read? I didn't actually. I'm faking it the entire time. I'm just pretending. I'm guessing all the comments honestly right now. I don't know. I'm not even looking. I don't even have chat open. I'm guessing. I need to clean up my phone. I don't have enough space to download an app. This is ridiculous. I should move all the files. Hold on, let me get my laptop. It's about time that I decluttered my phone. Okay, I'm back. You have Silesian accent. Oh, buddy, going off my accent is a bad idea. Because I absolutely do not. My accent is
My
pretty...
dumb. What is Silesian? Is it like a country?
I'm pretty sure it's a part of
Or am I-
Poland, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
But basically, going off my accent is a terrible idea because my accent is actually mostly influenced by the English media I consumed, which means my accent's actually British with a hint of Slavic, which will make guessing a precise region. If you had to guess the country, that'd be difficult enough. Guessing the region in that country, wouldn't recommend. Right, folder like this. Storage. That should be fine.
I'm currently thinking like if the region of my country can be guessed on based on my English accent.
I think your country is small. Also, I think your Hungarian accent dominates too much. Like the thing is, the reason why different regions of Poland would have different accents is because like it's more. You should think about it more like you have different flavors of Slavic, right?
Yeah.
So you have one subset of Slavic languages, which is Polish, and then basically, oh, there we go. Oh, 300 megabytes free out of 50 gigabytes. Oh no. Why do I have just so many? Okay, hold on, I need
Like,
to.
In a like when speaking Hungarian, you can guess the like you there are distinct differences in accent, especially within older generations though, because younger generations get influenced by like Hungarian YouTubers from other places and like any kind of like Hungarian people from other places, but from older generation, when they speak Hungarian, it's very obvious where they are from. So I'm just wondering if that translates to English or not.
0 bytes. Which part of it does any bytes then? Honest, nothing
And not
here.
not very obvious in every case, but it can be like can be very obvious rather.
It's taking up all this space. It's ridiculous. There's a Europe from Eastern to from the Roman Empire, so we should take a century of history. Oh, make it do you exist? I don't know, I haven't checked. Like some guy said that if I think I do, but they were French, I wouldn't trust them.
Okay, Hungarians don't have like direct Turkic ancestry, as in a nation because they just went through Turk areas, but the tribe doesn't originate from there. But when they went through, the language did mix. So there are a few words, for example, that are the same in Hungarian as in Turkish. For example, alma. that means apple. And it's something very, very similar in Turkish, I think.
Make it do think, make it doesn't think. Yeah, no thoughts, head empty. We'll only make history videos. I do plan on making one, but I would need. But Milo still hasn't responded to any of my emails, so you know, I have to wait for that.
What history video are you planning to make? That
I wanted to make like a whole history of something ridiculous, like history of all of Europe.
oh,
Stuff like this. So take a big region and make a history video of that entire region.
whoa. I thought that you were gonna say something like history of science or history of inventing or whatever, or the life of whatever.
That's so
person.
boring. 94%. Good for you, Italian map. Good for you.
Like though it's not like I've seen really good videos that are like history of either science or a scientist.
Yeah, history of science is great because it's something that neither historians nor scientists can enjoy. It's really nice. It's kind of like when you don't know if you should order chocolate pudding or a steak with fries, so you just order a steak with fries with chocolate pudding poured on top. It's kind of this sort of thing.
What? But like, if you want to make a history video, that means you somewhat enjoy history. That means, and you obviously love science. So like, history of science is like could be an interesting topic.
Yeah, and if you like chocolate and you like chicken, that means pouring chocolate on chicken would be a great idea. Okay, I'm gonna put it to you, for you in mathematical terms, because you clearly have trouble understanding. Okay, imagine that you have an element of some kind of abstract space A and element B. All right, this is the topic of your video. This would be the history. This would be the science. Then you have a function, right? Function which or some sort of method, map, whatever, which would translate to making video on that topic, and that returns like the value of the video, how good the video is. This is not equal to this. There. As simple as I could.
Yeah, the relation can be like greater than, smaller than, like equal to, like that. A lot of any kind of relation is possible, depending on how you make the video, not depending on the topic.
I just literally showed you like science video, history of science video.
Yeah, but like it's not equal, okay, but like the relation can still be like anything, like
Sounds good. Any good? Like bye, Cartman. Bye. Bye. Hmm.
like I know I've recommended the this book before, but the book that's titled God Particle, like that is like going through the evolution of physics and explains physics while also like the history of physics and how it evolved and like I don't know, like came along this dude did this and then created this physics and then explains the physics they created and how they created it and the methods and like just moving forward in time and creating physics and like it's an absolutely amazing book and it's like a very cool and interesting how it ties these things together. Like that's an amazing like and like it wouldn't be the same if it didn't have like both physics and the history of physics just like together, like as it evolved together because things.
Getting hungry and hungry by the second. Wait. On terms of it. Still rendering. Oh, wait, this should be the last frame, shouldn't it? Yeah, it is the last frame. How convenient. No, different. Where's the matrix? Effectively just a bunch of numbers. Like. So in the matrix you have some.
Tyler, you're not selling it. You're
Yeah.
not selling it.
Tyler's kind of the whole point. Tyler actually just made a point for me. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Yeah, like Tyler. Nope, nope. Yeah, if this is how they tried to get me into the history of science, I wouldn't have.
The only interesting part of history of science is the context at which theories were created. Because normally when you're making theories, you don't really have the full information. So most theories were created years before their time. And that is seriously impressive. That's the interesting part of the history of science. But the rest is just either extremely boring or extremely irrelevant. Or both sometimes.
Like I'm mostly interested. Like I don't know why this is my new obsession. Scientists during World War II, there were like a lot of them creating a lot of amazing stuff, and it all ties together. Like in the like all ties together. Like and it's not even like yeah, all ties to the war and all ties to the war very differently, and yeah, it's yeah. Like obviously everyone knows about Alan Turing or Oppenheimer, but like for example, there was that random Polish dude who just created a vaccine in Auschwitz and then used it to trick the Nazis. And yeah, that's a cool story too. And it is relevant. Like, yeah, like, it is a cool story. Don't ask me for the name. It's a Polish name.
Is that the name of a place? Well, Sanska, yeah, it is the name of a place. You got that right. Anyways, we need another blend file.
How did your exam go, Omar?
How did it go? Yeah.
The number we use today aren't European or American. Like, like okay, yeah, I can sort of see that not everyone knows that they're from the Middle East, although I believe that they are called Arabic numbers for a reason. But like, I think like not American, like, yeah, like Euler and people like that existed few hundred years before, like.
That's actually a pretty fucking good comment for your channel, time. Can you believe that numbers that Euler used, or Newton, or like anything before that? Can you believe that they're not American? Base 10 was invented in India. That's not entirely true, Immoral, because base 10 was invented. I wouldn't. It's tough to say that base 10 was invented because it. If you want to go with invented, then it's been invented independently across a lot of different things. We have 10 fingers. We do. That's the reason. Of course, you did have other number systems like base 12, with where you just counted differently, but there were a couple of places with base 10.
Sanskar, I'd say that most of like okay, you didn't ask me, but like I believe that those countries that were like on the German side, because yeah, the really bad stuff that is not
German,
not the war, like, but the like yeah, the really bad stuff happened in those countries.
Bold claim, considering that the country I'm in currently didn't fucking exist because of the war. It's a pretty bold claim, Timon.
Oh, like yeah, but like half of like you didn't exist, so because you were eaten up by the Germans, so the leftovers of the country were technically Germanized because it was just like yeah. Also, it didn't affect you because you didn't exist.
Timon, do you know where Auschwitz is?
Yeah, I do. Like, but
Do
it
you
wasn't
know?
Poland.
Don't you think that it's a bit wild that you know what Auschwitz is? Like, it's not normally. It wouldn't be that much of a popular thing, would it?
Yeah, but like, okay, but
How
okay,
many?
but
How many
wait,
German concentration camps? How many? Well, obviously that was still a German concentration camp. But how many concentration camps in Germany can you name?
yeah, but like that is why. Okay.
And yet you
okay.
fucking knew Auschwitz, didn't you?
Okay. Okay, my phrase, like, listen, that was German. Like, okay, that was a stupid phrasing because, but like, yeah, that was German
Fucking
territory at
wild.
that time, so I included that too in my weird way of phrasing things. But like, since it was German territory, I obviously meant that it was like highly affected. Like, yeah, like, yeah, and anything that was under German influence. That should have been my phrasing of what I tried to say. And yeah, it was very much under
That was
German
pretty
influence.
much almost all of fucking Europe, Diamond. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, that includes Germany, France, Poland.
Yeah,
Those are
I
just
know, like,
some of the names, and these countries aren't really like they had different history during World War II. That's it. That's kind of like someone asking you, oh, I don't know, fucking which part of America suffered the most during the Civil War, and you said, oh yeah, the Western one. That's where the Civil War was mostly fucking happening.
yeah, exactly. Like, okay, like, what I meant is that it's not like the USA or Australia or something like that. It's like most of
Well,
Europe.
obviously fucking not.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing. I'm just.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Okay, so basically, what Timon is saying is that the countries that suffered, that the country that suffered the most during World War II is somewhere in this red zone. That's the country that suffered the most. Is one of these in the red zone.
Yeah, exactly.
Also known as fucking Europe. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense that Turkey didn't suffer the most during World War II. It's
The
wild.
red areas, exactly. That's what I. But yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to refer to.
That is just wild.
That's the area I was referring to. Like, they suffered the most. Like,
Why Europeans often not talk about how much USSR suffered or contributed during World War II to defeat the Germans? I can understand the post-Cold War sentiment, but history should be unbiased. What do you mean? Tyler, we very much do. The problem is that, you see, USSR, they did a bunch of atrocities of their own. So, like, if you want, I could flip this around. I could be like, hey, why don't people talk about how much Nazis helped fight the USSR? I feel like history should be unbiased. Like, I mean, yeah, they did fight the Germans, but, you know, it's not like it was they were that great themselves. Like, history should be unbiased, but getting invaded by getting invaded by Germany was worse than getting invaded by USSR. They were both pretty bad, though. Still offending my country, though. I'm talking about USSR. That wasn't Russia. I think Americans and Western Europeans were all pure. Not so what the good guys fight was evil versus slightly less evil. Tyler, what do you mean? Listen, buddy, before you keep going, I'm Polish, okay? I mean, as much as I prefer the history of the world versus the history of Poland, I still know the history of Poland. And trust me, Polish people have some pretty good reasons to dislike both the Nazis and the USSR. Like, listen, if I don't even know what to compare it to. Like, if America got invaded by Canada, then I would imagine Americans would be pretty pissed at Canadians. But if then they get invaded by Mexico, then they wouldn't be like, oh yeah, thankfully someone finally defeated the Canadians. No, they would be still pissed because they got invaded by the next country. My mom says Poland is one of the most Russophobic. It is. It is extremely Russophobic. But can you really blame the Polish? Like, come on. Poland did get invaded by Russia, okay?
yeah, but like, is that like the fact that Poland got invaded?
I
Like,
mean,
100
it's not
years
even
ago
invaded.
is-
It's invaded and occupied for like really, really badly for like a long time, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
like And that doesn't change the fact that a random currently living in Russian citizen has absolutely nothing to do with that. So we
Hold on, Tyler, I have a question for you. Where are you from? Because I would like to maybe give you an example that would hit closer to home. Where are you from? World War II was just the worst of humanity. Well, yeah, it wasn't great. I would say if I had to rate the wars, I would say World War II not a fun. I would pass on that. I'm from the Eastern Asian region. Okay, so you're still didn't give me a country, but fine. Imagine if your country got invaded by someone, then it got invaded by a second country, and then a third country would repel the attackers and give you your country back. Okay? That's basically what happened during World War II. First, Germany invaded, then the USSR invaded, and then there was the one side, commonly known the West, that was trying to uninvade. Like, Britain didn't take France for themselves. Britain took France and gave it to the French. Like, yeah, okay, mistakes were made, I understand. In retrospect, not great. But still, the reason why the USSR and well, there are many reasons there, but one of the reasons, to oversimplify for you, is because the Western countries didn't really do the World War II for imperialism. Like, the Western countries did a bunch of imperialism, don't get me wrong, I mean, fucking British, but they didn't do it in World War II. That's why, in the context of World War, among other reasons, obviously. Invading is a different subject. Invasions are common throughout history. Episodes of atrocities done during war and saying we should not discriminate atrocities of Western nations. Invasions are common throughout history. I mean, just because something is common doesn't mean it's good. I could also say that, well, atrocities are common throughout history. Wouldn't make atrocities good, would it? I would say pretty simple rule of thumb. If you're a country that starts a world war / a country that tries to get a bunch of land during a world war, then you're not probably going to be on the good guys' side. You're not going to be cast that way by, future population. He wasn't British. Hi from Hong Kong. Hi, Mark. That's a good line. No, Apple needs to invade the nation before Russia annexes World War I. Come on, invade Russia and just figure independence. What's it? Tyler, I don't understand your argument. Like, because you are seeing it in an awfully binary way, which it isn't. It isn't binary. But okay, basically it is all about where you draw the line, okay? And it's clearly a spectrum. I would say it's a spectrum of Nazis to the British, because there's a reason why mostly it's been them, World War II, right? And the USSR would be probably somewhere around here. And it is about where you draw the line, but I just don't understand why you want to draw the line right here. And also somehow, everyone is bad. The true centrist take.
How long has this been fucking going?
How long what?
this argument specific with fucking Tyler?
20 minutes? I don't know.
Is his argument fucking USSR good, Nazis bad?
Well, that the USSR. The argument is, if I'm not mistaken, that everyone always talks about how USSR was bad and not about the parts where they were good. Which, I mean, do you think British didn't do as much evil as Germans? It's just Germans did all of that at once. British did it for centuries. Tyler, your take is wild. You're talking about so you do realize that, like, what someone like what your ancestors do, that's not something you specifically should be blamed for, right? There's a difference there. Like, for example, there is a difference. You do realize that, right? Because saying that, oh yeah, so what if Nazis did a bunch of bad stuff? The British did that also 100 years ago. Not really great. Not really great when you. Not really great when you put it that way. Like, don't get me wrong, British in the 18th century were terrible. But during World War, I feel like it's pretty easy to say that Nazis were much, much worse than the British at the time. I don't think that's I hope it's not a controversial thing to say. Hey, call me crazy if you want, but if I had the choice during World War II between the British and the Nazis, I'd pick the British. Hey, I hate to be, you know, dishing out hot takes like that, but I would pick the British. So, right, I'm questioning your pro-Western based view of World War II. Germans were evil, but so were British. They didn't suddenly become all pure after. Well, the reason why I'm... Tyler, okay, so here's the thing. Alright, so here's the thing, okay? You have... where do I even begin with that? I'm saying I'm questioning your pro-Western based view on World War II. I really want to screenshot that and put in the best comments, kind of.
Yep, yeah, no. People who really read it, no, they don't know anything. I Asian actually know the best, even though I wasn't like, yeah, that's the fucking take. I'm sorry, I'm getting baited. You continue.
I don't want to put in the best comment. Say, like, why would someone have pro-Western like views about World War II? I wonder, considering the alternatives were, you know, the Nazis, which I don't need to say much there, or the USSR, which also just conquered half of Europe. I wonder why. How am I supposed to respond to that?
This fucking dude is truly something, I can tell you that.
Okay, basically, to simplify, Tyler, what did the British, like, capture during war? So, no, how should I put this? It's kind of difficult. I've never been in a conversation where I had to explain, like, why the Nazis, for example, were worse than the British in World War II.
Well, British didn't like genocide Germans or anything like that, you know? They kind of just didn't do that part, which is a big part, you know? They didn't just kill 7 million Germans for no fucking reason, you know?
I'm saying
Then-
British were also doing many atrocities in their colonies during World War II. French also did that in Africa after World War II. How are they not evil after 1900s in your view? In those respects, they were. They were, but you are talking like about the World War, I imagine. Right? There are, as I mentioned, it's not binary, Tyler. It's not like countries are either evil or good. That's not how it works. That
yeah,
is,
it's like
that's not how it works.
Yeah,
It's not
also
like,
countries made of people, you know. There
Yeah.
are people and countries. It can't just be fucking okay. One guy decides entire fucking country morality, you know.
yeah, like my grandfather did some bullshittery that is like very bad. So a person can't. If I do good things, I still be a bad person because my great grandfather did some shit. What is that logic?
is only a great evil when one European does atrocities to another Europeans. Even during World War II, British and Europeans were doing many evil things. What do you mean it's only great evil when one European does atrocities to another European? Absolutely not! That's also a wild take. What do you mean? Tyler, I don't know what you are arguing for there. I am so confused. So, like, okay, so hold on. So, Tyler, because I don't know if that's. You know what? Hold on. We might be talking with actually European privilege here. Because the way I've been taught history wasn't that, oh, America good, Nazis bad. Because I'm not American, I'm European. The way I've been taught history was with the examples of what happened during World War II. Questioning Western-based view, one thing you're saying is it's not binary. Then you try to frame Western Europe as pure just because... When did I try to frame Western Europe as pure? I said they were better than the Nazis. There is a difference. Like, I would say being better than the Nazis isn't that high of a bar. I would consider myself to be better than the Nazis. I think what happened, Tyler, is that you've been exposed to a lot of information online where people try to glorify the West and then you're just projecting that onto me. I think that's what's happening. I think you are just assuming that I think that the USSR and the Nazis were the big losers who sucked, and that the British and America were just amazing and perfect in every way. I think that's what you're assuming about me. Actually, the whole Europe is bad. Don't say that. I like Europe. I like European Union. Also, listen, as much as the British, the Spanish, and French, so on and so forth, they did all their colonizing, we Slavic people in the East were very, very calmly not colonizing. We're just killing each other, as Lord intended. We're too busy killing each other to care about like enslaving people across the continent.
Mm-hmm.
If being better than Nazis qualify Western Europeans as a sympathy, then being better than Nazis will also make USSR deserve some sympathy.
Okay, how about this being better than the Nazis and the USSR? Like being better than both. Still not a high bar, but like still better than both.
Like, one fucking very... How do I phrase it? Whatever, continue.
Yeah, I mean... Curious thing. I'm dizzy. My country didn't join World War II. The World War II history class was just a month. Out of 4 years high school, damn.
Like, basically, no fucking regime deserves sympathy. Even if some regime didn't fucking technically, kill anybody or like...
The war...
They fucking,
The war was
like,
about...
even the least lot of ones,
The war was about allies versus Germany, not allies versus USSR and Germany. Tyler, as much as we'd like to think of wars in terms of just simple good versus evil, it's not good versus evil. Wars are complicated. Like, it wasn't really...
British kinda couldn't afford to also attack the USSR at the same time, you know, I was
Like,
not something they had.
The thing is,
Yeah, like,
the thing is, it
Germans
wasn't
fucking
just...
attacked the USSR. The Germans attacked the USSR.
Yeah, it wasn't just one versus the other. That's not how wars work. They're complicated. For example, America is obviously cast as part of the Allies, even though they joined in actually surprisingly late. For French and British obviously fought, but then when French got conquered, what then? All of a sudden, seemingly French switched. Did they actually switch? Not really, more of a puppet state. Wars aren't just a simple thing, good versus evil. That's not how it works. They're complicated.
Yeah, especially with a world war where literally.
So it's not good versus
every
evil, and
major
both sides
power
have
got put
done
on a
evil.
side, you know?
You say it's not good versus evil on both sides, then you try to group USSR with Germany in World War, keeping Britain and France outside just because Soviets did many atrocities. Well, mostly because, you know, they kind of invaded a bunch of countries. That's
Also,
why.
like the USSR and Germany were in the same side until they weren't, until...
Yeah.
That is another
They
thing.
did.
the Germans
Tyler,
That's true.
invaded.
Tyler, they fucking... they were allies from the beginning.
Yeah. And
That
then
is a
Germany
pretty-
came with backstabby.
Yeah, pretty compelling reason to say that they were on the same side is because on the very beginning they were on the same side. Later on they weren't on the same side, that is true. But USSR swapped, and what about Hungary? Which side they were on? Honestly, I don't know.
German side.
They're German side.
Yeah, all along on both world wars.
Yeah.
That's a Hungary moment right there.
Didn't matter a whole
Yeah.
lot because they're like smallest fucking nation, but you know they want German side.
Just symbolically.
Because let Germany give them land because they, you know, they do have bigger borders, so you know.
Yeah, we fucking joined the World War II on the German side because we were hoping to get some patches lands back that we lost because we joined World War I on German side.
Well, if you didn't join on German side, you'd have become German anyway. You know, not much of a fucking choice was there really.
Okay, fair, but like still, it's.
I really don't understand Tyler's point. Like, does Tyler... What does
But-
Tyler want?
Still,
This is
Hungary is
actually
in the
good
good
one.
Western side, but for some reason, okay. Who said that Hungary was on the good side of the world? Hungary was not on the good side of the world
They were
war.
definitely
Hungary was on the fucking bad side. Hungary was fucking allies with Hitler. Like,
I do have to say, it doesn't really get much worse than that. I don't think... I
I
wouldn't...
think
Tyler...
okay, Tyler is just a very misinformed view, and he's fucking clueless. And he has arguments that like just don't fucking care. They miss completely because you know they make no fucking sense.
I mean, I do have to say...
Like there is some fucking point in that, like, whatever he's saying, but he's just fucking no idea
I
what
mean,
he's talking about. You know?
Okay, calling Hungary to be on the good side when they were Hungary from Western Europe. You said Germany is as well.
Hungary is fucking not part of Western Europe.
Oh my god.
Hungary is in fact Eastern Europe. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't. He doesn't even know Europe fucking geography. Bro, we actually getting baited. We argue with a fucking clueless person.
Tyler,
Yeah, but-
I don't. Okay, I think what's happening, Tyler, is that you have this view. You have this idea that people in the West consider the West to be amazing and the East to be bad. And you take those values and you're projecting them onto us, assuming that we think that the West is good and East is bad, which is just not true. The way history, especially of World War II, is being taught in Europe is careful, with a lot of consideration. Obviously, you won't, hopefully, at least I wish, you won't find a single classroom that said that Nazis had a point, because they really didn't.
Yeah.
But still, the nuance is there. And you're just
Also-
assuming that there isn't any.
That Italian mapper asked a intriguing question. Hungary was not part of the USSR, but was allied with the USSR while the USSR existed. Because
You're just
it was
really
Like
consistently.
this was like distant puppet, I guess.
yeah, like
Probably more like close puppet. It's not as close as I know from somewhere on the border of
I
Poland.
like how Becek said, I don't respect the opinion. I respect his right to have an opinion.
True.
Keeping us outside the deserved sympathy zone, many question Western Europe, good mentality. When did I say sympathy? Tyler, what the fuck? Stop putting words in my mouth. What made me question is Western Europe good mentality. I don't think that Western Europe is good. I think that the European Union is good. Which I do believe. I stand by it. And I will defend that claim. But I don't
also
think that...
European Union didn't exist during the World War II.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The only
Yeah.
time I said anything good was about the European Union.
It was specifically a post-war fucking thing.
Yeah, the only time I said something good about Europe was about the European Union, which, yes, that's a good thing. European Union is great. I'm a huge fan. Like, famously and even controversially so, sometimes. I argue, I fight with people. Sometimes I kill them. This is for the glory of European Union. It happens. But the European Union doesn't mean Western Europe. It does not. What's more, I currently live in Eastern Europe and European Union at the same time.
Oh my god, me too!
Well, come on, Timon. You like barely. That.
But
Yeah,
I
we
know
are-
we're gonna be kicked out soon, but like, like, currently I live in the EU and Western Europe. For a while now.
We already said that Hungary isn't European actually, and they also were on the good side during World War II, you know?
When I asked about why Western Europeans are nothing about striking losses of USSR, he said because they trust each other. No, because our countries were fucking conquered by them. It's kind of hard to be sympathetic or to, people of USSR dying in land that isn't fucking theirs. If you break into your neighbor's house and your neighbor just beats you up, you don't get to complain that you got beat up because you broke into your neighbor's house.
Hold on. I do have sympathy for those who died in the war, like the soldiers who had no choice over like whether they are going to fight or not, who just got dragged there just to die. That is some horrible stuff. I hate the leaders.
Yeah, but I
and
mean,
do
those
have
soldiers didn't
sympathy
really
for them.
commit atrocities, did they? Like, if you got forced to fight in another country and you were suffering, you didn't really go around holocausting people.
Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like so, like
Because
yeah,
they conquer by yourself doesn't mean the principle doesn't have your sympathy. The communities are invade you, not the people. And I'm not complaining about the people now, am I? What, Tyler? What is your argument? I am so confused. Poland was also a puppet. Poland just disappeared off the map. Got wiped away. Got wiped away like a bug on a wheel shield. You know? I am... What do you want my mindset to be, Tyler? What do you want it to be? Because maybe I'm just misunderstanding you deeply.
my greatest flex on Make It is that my country only disappeared from the maps once.
I mean, you in Hungary, I do have to say, when it comes to all the world wars, you were amazing with picking allies. Certainly. Germany in the first one, Germany in the second one, and then join the Soviets. It's just phenomenal choices all year round.
We didn't choose to join the Soviets. That was like the Allies and Soviet Union decided that, all right, we're gonna cut the world in half, and we just happen to be on the Eastern Bloc because we're Eastern Europe.
I recognize the suffering as much as yours when I asked you. Anyway, sorry, not the government.
You're switching the argument. That is not what we say.
That is absolutely not. Is that what you meant from the beginning? Hold on.
That is not what he meant. He's just fucking taking a bailout.
Okay, so you see, when you said USSR, you didn't really say people of USSR. You said USSR. And then you specifically, and then later on, you specifically referred to nations. You didn't refer to American or European people. You specifically referred to nations. And then you referred to nations again. So you see, when you mentioned nation 2 times, and when you started by saying USSR, I thought you knew only people of USSR. Yeah, I mean, only people of USSR makes sense, but why did you keep referring to nations then? A government can't suffer. Well, that is actually not true. Saying that a government suffered some losses is actually pretty common. It's a pretty common English phrase, actually. Suffered an economic downturn, suffered a recession. Those are all pretty common phrases to say. Suffering from leadership, it's suffering scandals. Suffering is very common to say about things that aren't people. Which means there are 2 possibilities. Either you are, because I think the acknowledgement that leadership can't suffer, but you can't cause suffering. Only people can suffer. As I mentioned, no, in English, I don't, because you mentioned you're from Eastern Asia, so that, wait, Eastern Asia? You mentioned you're from Asia. I'm not good at geography.
You say Asia.
Yeah, you didn't mention the exact country, you just say Asia. So maybe you genuinely know, but suffer is a pretty common phrase when talking about things that aren't necessarily human. So, as I mentioned, government suffering, that is a very common thing to say. And suffering doesn't mean like that. I wasn't obvious I was referring to people suffering, not the financial government ones. Obviously, the suffering of people is what deserves sympathy. And you're gonna make me scroll back to
Maybe
your
say
comments
it
again.
like not like at the start of argument, not the end of argument. That would be helpful.
Why are Europeans often not talk about how much USSR suffered or contributed to World War II to defeat the Germans? I can understand the plausible sentiment, but history should be unbiased. When you say suffered there, you said how much USSR suffered. Do you mean economically, how much land loss they suffered? Like, it's... The thing is... If you're talking about the people, that's fine. But if you're talking about the people, why don't you want to extend that sympathy even further? So, for example, do you think that we should also, like, we should also have history in an unbiased way, and we should also, like, not go too far in criticizing the Nazis? Because they also suffered a lot of losses. A real lot, in fact. So do you also think we should be more sympathetic to the Nazis? Which you were discussing. Oh, what were we discussing? Well, I'm waiting for a response too. Hope you aren't changing meaning of suffering. It's everyone message change your stance to US as people. I mean, okay, you said that US as people, right? That's fair. You want us to be more like sympathetic to the suffering of US as people. But do you think that we should also be more sympathetic towards the suffering of the Nazis?
Yeah, there was like a nation full of people, you know.
Yeah, they also
There
suffered
were, like,
a bunch.
like few hundred or like thousand nations, probably a bit more Nazis in the nation, but majority was fucking ordinary people, you know. Still.
Okay, I believe, yeah, like.
I never said just because the people suffer doesn't mean we can't criticize leadership. All questions are like that's not what I asked, Tyler. No, that is not what I asked. I asked you if don't you think that we should extend the sympathy also to the Nazis? That's I think a simple question. That's your misunderstanding. I'm not asking you about the leadership or anything. I am asking you if you are sympathetic to the Nazis for the suffering they've got. Which I do believe. Germans democratically elected the Nazis. Nuance is important there, Ted. What? Nuance is important because they didn't really entirely democratically elected the Nazis.
Like, also they didn't know they were electing evil genocide, I resume, by the time they were elected. You know?
I do have to say, Tyler, YouTube isn't letting me write my reply. Is fair, considering how I'm assuming you said that you are also sympathetic to the Nazis. I think I know why. YouTube isn't letting your reply through.
Yeah, also, like, just because an election happens doesn't mean it's a democratic election. Like,
Oh yeah, Timon does live in Hungary.
Oh yeah.
Timon would know.
yeah, like, you can just
like-
simply feed the nation a bunch of propaganda, and then you're set. You have
Yeah.
something that looks
You can
very much
just
democratic.
promise
but, like,
some stupid shit that, you know, low people, like, people will gobble up. Like, promise them fucking free money or something, you know? And then your entire fucking nation elects you. And then you do some dog shit, you know, policies.
yeah, and you cover up the dog shit so you get reelected, or just buy up all the media in your entire country, like every single media source. You buy it, and then people believe whatever you say because there aren't any other sources of information in the fucking country. Like, Easy.
I'm saying you. I'm guessing you're talking purely hypothetically timing, right?
Purely hypothetically, not that like it would be happening all around me or anything.
Pure hypothesis.
Yeah, it's never seen it happen IRL.
You need propaganda, you need total control of election commission. No, you don't need propaganda. If you have total control of election commission, then people are just gonna protest. The highest percentage Nazis ever got in an election was 35%. Thank you, exactly, Bezek. I was actually looking it up, but I just first wanted to make the animation because, if I'm not mistaken, because if I do remember correctly, yeah. The Hitler, that's the guy, them guys. Entry into politics, no. Nazi party, right. Yeah, there we go. Well, I suppose in 1933 they got 49. 43, sorry, not 49, 43. So it was minority. So I would say, Tyler, that the same logic as is applied to the Nazis should be applied to the USSR. And if you want, yeah, British as well. I think the same moral standards should be applied to everyone. Which is that, basically, we shouldn't lump all people together. Very obviously. And at the same time, when if we're not lumping all people together, then there is not really much of a point in differentiating between countries. Like the best German, I imagine, would fight against the Nazis, whilst the worst British would probably sell information to the Nazis. So if you're talking about people, it is kind of pointless to differentiate between countries. However, if you're talking about not people, then I don't think I have to explain why the USSR and the Germany both get put on, you know, the undesirable side by most European countries, considering how those European countries got kind of invaded by them.
We weren't, we joined willingly.
Hungary. The Brits is the worst. I would, well, I mean, where? I would mark, I think you should change the tense from is to was, but yeah, agreed there. British were the worst. Between countries because you kept bringing up evil acts of yourself and of sovereign people yourself, saying nature did that and isn't a good point. So, like, but I mean, then your point is kind of obvious. Like, we shouldn't pick all the people. We shouldn't group all the people into a single lump. Fine. However, if you don't wanna, if you're describing that, if you're describing not lumping together everyone into a single lump, then you're just describing the status quo. That's how history is taught, actually, Tyler. That's how it is taught. Welcome to Europe with functioning education.
Speak for yourself.
Oh yeah, except, of course, Hungary.
Yeah, okay. Well.
If that is what you are describing, Tyler, you are very much describing the status quo. How long are you going to stream for? I have no idea. And when I get too hungry to stream, I'll just end the stream, go get some food. Why did I say Western Europe suffered most and not even mention the sovereign USSR? Because you mentioned nations. You said nations, so I thought you were talking about nations. In which case, I would say disappearing is like the most extreme of the suffering.
Also, make it never said that Western Europe suffered most. Like, Poland is still Eastern Europe.
Yeah, that's another thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Western Europe was mostly just France. Which I mean, good riddance. Which countries are the best to live in Europe? Depends what you want, but in my opinion, Netherlands. Poland is currently politically Western. Oh, it's this thing again. Fucking hell. I hate that so much. The West versus East divide is wild. It always upset me so much because, like, Japan is a Western country with that logic. Okay. Japan is a Western country. And Poland is a Western country. And America is a Western country. Which is like, that's a pretty long, like, Pacific Ocean would be east of those, I suppose. I don't... I read this like the Western Eastern divide. Because I don't get it. It's like the Western Eastern aligned, also Western countries in geopolitical sense means that the country are under influence of the USA mainly, at least before Trump. Exactly. Like the Western Eastern divide made sense right after the World War. Because in the World War you had clear allies and clear enemies. Very simple. It was very clear that on the beginning Germany, Italy, Japan, USSR versus British, French, and no, USA was kind of like dipping their toes in sending weapons though. Then at the end of the war, it's also was very clear, but that was like after the war. It's been a couple of years since the World War II happened, you know, like 1 or 2, at the very least. Basically, Tyler, you should be wary of simple ways to classify countries. Because countries and international relations are extremely complex. And if you have a system of classifying countries that is simple, that's a pretty good sign that that system is extremely inaccurate. Is it bipolar? I wouldn't say bipolar either. Like, for example, right now, America is cozying up more to Russia, slowly more to Russia, and slowly moving away from the EU. Which case, what would be the two sides? And also, America is against China, but Russia and China are like, I wouldn't say they're against each other or together, I would say they're kind of chilling.
Yeah, and there's also EU, which is like one big block, except for Hungary, which is on the Russian and American side.
There is also
and
Turkey.
Still part of the EU.
Canada is complicated place as well.
But Turkey is also on the Russia side, and yeah.
Not quite, actually. They are very pro-Ukraine.
They're definitely on their own side, doing their own thing.
I mean, they are on their own side, but they are for themselves. They are surprisingly pro-Ukraine. Make it. Do you use Manem or Blender? I used to use Manem a lot, but nowadays I don't use it because it's just more convenient for me to work in Blender.
Like currently, the only way a Russian person can get to the EU is that from Russia you fly to Turkey, and from Turkey you fly to Hungary.
It's not bad, I can accept this. There we go. So Hemi's rules against Russian invasion and China winning Taiwan. They even say they'll interfere for Taiwan. But once again, Tyler, I think your problem is that you're trying to... Another problem is that you're trying to divide... Like, there is a division between the people of a country and the country itself. However, especially in democracies, that division isn't all that strong. In dictatorships, sure, that's a pretty big division. In dictatorships, kind of by definition, people don't really get a say. So in dictatorships, by definition, there is a big divide. But in democracies, not so much. So you can't really just pinpoint Trump as the sole reason there. He won democratic election, all right? He won by a pretty big majority as well. Which is a pretty clear sign that, you know, the American people, at least on average, wanted him to represent them. Democracy is
Okay,
strong.
but
Do you think that all Americans...
how much, like whenever an election happens, you should look at not that, like, was it skewed? Every election is skewed. You should look at how much was it skewed. Was it skewed just a little bit, or was it skewed?
What do you
like
mean
a lot?
skewed?
Like,
What do you mean by skewed?
like, for example, how much propaganda was used versus how much actual.
Well, every country has propaganda during elections because they want to fucking
That's
put
just
them
called-
on the
that's
best
what I
side.
said.
But
like,
that's just
what
called
I said.
electoral ads.
No.
Yeah.
But for example, like, okay, one random example. Donald
Timon, can
Trump
you
stood
stop?
up for-
Timon, can you like stop trying to give any of your takes on democracy? Like,
No, like
you
let-
can't.
let me finish,
You
let
don't
me
have much
finish.
experience with it. I'm just saying.
Like, Donald Trump stood up for Andrew Tate, who like and for that, like, Andrew Tate kept posting about how great Trump is. Like, for example, that's just some random.
that's not
marketing-
propaganda.
That's
That-
not propaganda.
That's just.
Like,
Never know propaganda.
okay, not propaganda, but like, you fucking like, stand up for a convicted criminal just to use the.
Timon, okay, but that's your own
That's not
bias.
propaganda.
That is your own bias, actually, in this case. Because, okay, do you think that I spread propaganda?
I don't know.
Like, if your definition was really that simple, then yeah, absolutely. I am extremely pro-EU. That's propaganda.
I don't know. Could be. Like, I can't fact check every information you say. I
mean-
can't ask the other, like, other sources and other opinions on everything you say. So, like, yeah, and if I'm
Every
if I
time you
was-
spread any biased opinion on anything, that's propaganda.
yeah, like, and opinions are by
To be
definition
fair,
biased.
Maggot is
So, like,
pretty good at avoiding that, but I think he's still doing some propaganda though, you know? Like, you can't really, like,
is-
completely...
Depends how you
Opinions-
define propaganda.
Make it has an opinion on the EU, and opinions by definition, like, as opinions, it's somewhat biased. So, like, yeah, like,
I'm tired of arguing with Tyler because Tyler keeps like just pretending that I said something different than I said, and it just gets exhausting.
Yeah.
And you remind me when the politics segment is over. With how don't judge me. It's fine, Theo. I get it. Bye. See ya. I am really sick of arguing with Tyler because he just keeps just putting words in my mouth, and that's mean. He just said that how is the people of the nation same as nation self in the case of democracy? I didn't say that. I say that the line gets blurry with the democracy. Which, I mean, yeah, I would say that people have a lot more effect on the state in a democracy than a dictatorship, kind of by the fucking definition. So I feel like that's what democracy is all about, aren't they?
here's a better idea than argue with me about democracy.
You don't know what a democracy is, Timon.
I just
You
don't
live
believe
in-
that it can exist.
Because you live in an autocracy. Obviously, you don't believe it exists. My goodness.
Like, every democracy is skewed. It's just how skewed is it, and how much time will it take to fuck it up totally and turn it into an autocracy? That like it's not if, it's a when.
And your proof for that is that you just feel like it's true.
Yeah, you proof I made up.
There's different meanings of words. Whenever I pronounce something you said, you make it more nuanced. Because it is nuanced! Tyler, here's a tip, okay? Genuine tip for the future. If you are talking about the complex socioeconomic, political, just state of the world, alright? Then please fucking keep the nuance! Don't oversimplify it. Don't oversimplify it. Just a general rule of thumb. The nuance matters. It does. It matters all the way.
I came back at the best time.
Hi, Quasar. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
But that just tends to happen 6 hours of the stream. Just normal how it works.
Like fucking 4 hours into like ridiculous political arguments.
Like I love how when there's a change of topic in a Make It stream is just a different way Make It starts losing their mind.
It really is. I have a pattern for the streams. The one thing, whenever I mention politics, the one thing I always mention is that, like, my whole political stance, from the very beginning, even, remember when I earlier on mentioned the 4 political videos I made, the funny ones, right? Which were, capitalism is great, capitalism is terrible, communism is great, communism is terrible. The whole point of that exercise was that I wanted to show people that things are complicated. It's convenient to just pick a side and stick with it. It's nice and comforting, but it's complicated in life, especially when you're talking about politics, economics, countries, and international relations. It gets very, very complicated. Whenever it annoys a lot of people, because whenever I talk with anyone who likes communism, I pick the side of capitalism. Whenever I talk with anyone who picks the side of capitalism, I pick the side of communism. I've been called both a communist and an idiot by 2 opposite sides. But that's a story for another time. And so it's...
Okay, the fact that you said I've been called both a communist and an idiot by opposite sides, that's saying something. I'm not sure what it says, but that is saying something.
Yeah, people who are pro-capitalism have called me communist, but people who are pro-communism have called me an idiot. They don't even bother call me a capitalist because that's kind of status quo. How can people, when talk about politics, more have 10 different nuances every second in conversation? Statement should mean what it says. Tyler, would you rather not have the nuance? Because, okay, what you have to understand is that politics isn't just a fantasy fairy tale that we do for fun. It affects the real world. Imagine, nuance matters. The reason why we spend so much time making sure that different medicines work is because nuance matters. If you don't test medicines thoroughly enough, people will die. And for some reason, we all have this fantasy belief that politics is different. That if you can be lied about politics and what affects people's life, it will affect people's lives and people might die. Basically, the upside of nuance is that it's safer if you appreciate it. The downside is that it's inconvenient. It's annoying. It's easier to oversimplify. But I don't think this is a good trade-off. I don't think we should get rid of the nuance just because it's inconvenient. We have to keep the nuance. We absolutely do. Tyler, for example, imagine if I said that the people of USSR were terrible. Then you pointed out something like, oh, make it, but you should divide the state from the people. And to that I responded, oh, Tyler, you with your nuance. I don't care for it, come on. If we just focus on all people, it gets so complicated. Like, the nuance matters. In democracies, the difference doesn't matter all that much. Yeah, it doesn't matter as much as in the dictatorships. In that line, if I do remember, what I was saying is that the line between dictatorships, the line between the state and the people matters in dictatorships. In democracies, it doesn't matter all that much. Yes, I stand by that. Does it matter as much dictatorships? Yeah. Communism is good in theory, no in practice. Have you not been listening what I just said? I am Balin. My absolute entire long monologue was about the fact that nuance matters. You shouldn't oversimplify stuff. And saying that communism is good in theory and not in practice, that is oversimplifying it. You can't keep the nuance, I beg you. I get the appeal, I really do. I get the appeal of just wanting to believe in something simple, right? Wanting to be on one side and pretending that all the people are on the other side, right? But that's not how it works in a society.
Society.
In society. I'm getting better and better at arguing because I've just been extremely productive this entire conversation, so that's fine. Which it doesn't matter. That was a really bold and strong statement, even using it while comparing the dictatorship. Okay. I live in Poland. And Poland hasn't had a great democracy like 6 years ago, I believe it was. Jeez, time is flying past. Poland didn't have a great democracy. However, we did have a democracy that was great enough so that we could still change the course. And what happened is everyone mobilized, everyone went to the polls, and now the government is much more representative of what people actually believe. So in that case, it's hard to separate the people from the state because the state did something that people didn't like and people changed the state. That's how it works in a functioning democracy. Now, democracies are a spectrum. It's not like you have the democracies with elections, and then on the other side you have the dictatorships without elections. If you want to know why it's a spectrum and not a binary thing, ask Timon, who technically lives in a democracy, because there is voting. However, Hungary is recognized as an autocracy, not a democracy. So in a functioning democracy, in a perfect ideal democracy, it wouldn't matter at all. The division between state and people wouldn't matter at all. However, we don't have perfect democracies. That's why it still matters, but doesn't matter all that much in the functioning ones. The UK government is representative of what people believe. The French government is falling apart, which I feel like that's a pretty fair representation of what French people are all about. And so on and so forth. So yeah, in democracies, it really doesn't matter all that much. Even Poland's history, more than 75% support leadership. That means almost all nations. It's... Tyler, are you maybe younger than 18 perchance? Tyler, are you maybe younger than 18? Because that sounds like something someone who hasn't voted would say, maybe. Yeah, I can tell because what you just said is a clear sign that you haven't ever voted in your life. You see, monitoring for supported leadership, what you are thinking of, Tyler, there, is a singular leader. So presidential election, for example. However, presidents don't have that much power. The actual power lies in parliaments, the ones that create the laws, right? Congresses, parliaments, all the good asses, right? And over there, you have a different... I'm going to pick a European parliament for this example, simply because I don't want to pick a single country out. It's much easier with a European parliament. European parliament looks like this right now. it has a bunch of different. These are all political groups, if I'm not mistaken, they're called, which are made of political parties. Long story short, the point is, over here you have the left, the S&D, the Greens, the centrists. I don't remember what they're called. This is the with the P's, right? EPP. There we go. EPP. Then you have the PFE, sovereigns, and so on and so forth. Now the point is, you can see that none of these parties even has half the votes. That's true. However, when you vote for a parliament, you vote for a certain party, and the entire point of the parliament is no party can really pass laws alone. Which means that it's all about compromises. Well, okay, had time and obviously with Fidesz, right? But the point is, it's all about compromises. You won't ever have an entire country of people agree on something. Obviously, countries have a lot of people, but the way it works in parliaments is you have these compromises, which then create the best representation possible. So for each law you have to settle, and that's why democracies are the most representative. Because normally the way it works is that you vote for a party which only receives, I don't know, 12% of the vote, let's just say. However, even though it only got 12%, it is supporting certain policies whilst it is against other policies. And those that it supports, maybe it can get together with all the parties, and then these policies would be supported by a majority. All people who voted for Red, in your example, didn't mean they supported the compromised policies Red agreed to when they forming coalition leadership. Well, but obviously more parties the better. That is true. If you had more parties, that's why in a quote-unquote perfect democracy, right, you wouldn't even have political parties, you would just vote for the laws directly. Even better representation. And yeah, that's why I said that it doesn't matter all that much, right? It still matters in some regard, and that's that regard. However, S&D, I would say it's pretty fine. Represents of okay, the red one, S&D. It is S&D, right? Or S&P? S&D. Okay, I'm good. What kind of example could I give you for? Let's say that you want to reform Europe. That's why I, for example, would support S&D. It's because I believe it is the political group that's most likely to reform Europe. Now, S&D are more economically leftist than EPP, which means that if I wanted to reform Europe, right, then it's kind of tough for me if I also want to be economically right-wing. However, I'm not really economically left-wing or economically right-wing. I just simply don't care for it. As long as you're not extremist about your economics, I don't care for it. Which means that, yes, they will probably have to settle a lot of these, a lot of their economic left-wing policies, especially since all of these are economically right-wing. They will probably have to let them go, but I don't care for it because it's not binary. It's not like 75% of people are for something and 25% are against. No, you have 75% of people are for something, certain percentages against, and certain percentages straight up doesn't care. It happens all the time. That's what happens when I start talking about the European Parliament. It's always ends up with me talking about the European Parliament.
It all comes back to European Parliament.
Have my message just disappeared. Right here, functions. Hi, Lemon.
Hello.
New
I never enjoy staying here for this fucking topic.
I enjoy it.
Can interact with different context ways.
You just fucking... Whenever somebody says democracy, you say, what is democracy?
No, I would love, I would, listen, I don't have an issue with democracy. One of the my greatest issues with democracy is that it's it's hard to maintain and make it fair and stuff like that, you know.
It's not hard when you have it set up properly already, you know, in your country.
Yeah, but like if you set it up properly, then you can still just destroy the setup. Like
No. we
What
just talked about this.
Timon? I do have to say that that's a very garbage argument. No offense. That's kind of like saying, oh yeah, like, you know, we know that you've got this terminal disease and we could cure you, but I mean, you're gonna die someday anyway. That's kind of like saying that the biggest problem of the human life is that it ends. Which, I mean, I guess it's very artistic. It's a very poetic thing to say, very philosophical. But I don't really see much of a valid input there. Like, yeah, we should
Okay.
try as much as we can to not die, but just because the worst part of the human life is that it ends doesn't mean that the human life is bad now, is it?
okay, but like democracy, like human life just ends at some point. That like it's very like yeah, you live for and a while and then you die. But like with democracy, it's like you can just start like is that it's sometimes even hard to tell if things are being democratic or things are being undermined or stuff like that. And
Or
it's
maybe
just,
in
like,
Hungary.
It's not hard if you look into it, you know. It's
Like-
just, you have to fucking advise.
Hungarian moment.
Yeah. Well, if you fucking, you know.
Democracy
if you
is
have, like,
good when you have
good president,
democracy is good when you have a good leader or a good political party, but when the party loses an election, probably the opposition is probably in the council, that tells the election. So that's a sign of a non-functioning democracy. Or, as I mentioned, democracies aren't a binary thing with democracies and dictatorships. There are a
If democracy-
spectrum.
If you have bad fucking leader and bad like fucking government, guess what? People are gonna elect better government next time.
Well,
yeah,
if
no.
the democracy is functioning, that is the important part.
Yeah. If democracy is functioning, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay, but how
If
do you
it's
know that
not like in
democracy is-
Hungary, then you know you can't really fucking argue. Oh, democracy doesn't work. No, you're fucking democracy doesn't work. You know, you cannot
Okay,
argue
but
for
like-
other democracies.
Have a democracy, undermine it, don't have a democracy. It's that easy.
Okay, it's not so easy to undermine it if it's a functional democracy.
Yeah, like every
Timon,
democracy
Timon,
that got
Timon,
undermined
could
was
you-
once a functional
my God.
democracy.
Okay,
where people
Timon.
said that oh, it can't be undermined. Well, guess what? They could undermine it, and it can happen to any democracy.
Okay, Timon.
That's a
Alright.
shit argument.
Alright,
Because it can
Timon.
technically happen, you know. That it's not like it's fucking hard to happen if it's a good democracy.
What about the French, Timon?
Uh,
What
what
about-
about them?
Do they have the functioning democracy?
Their country is on fire.
Yeah, and is their country on fire because of democracy or authoritarian stuff? Do you know why their country is on fire?
I actually did not follow up on this
Yeah.
very much.
It's precisely because they voted how they wanted. They didn't care if they had a government or not. They just disliked one party so much they just don't care that they don't have a government. What about the British? Do you think they have a functioning democracy?
Heck if I know.
They do. They do. What about Canadians? Canadians, it's really funny because the incumbent party, if I'm not mistaken, right now just went crazy up in the polls, from being really down to going very high up, just because people like them. Pretty good sign of a functioning democracy. So on and so forth.
Okay, like currently they're functioning, yeah.
The
And
point
to your
is-
point,
My point is that when you say that all democracies eventually fail, you don't actually know if all democracies eventually fail, only you focus on specific democracies, which have problems, / had problems. And, yeah, democracies can turn into authoritarian regimes, just like authoritarian regimes can turn into a democracy. However, when you have a functioning democracy, it very rarely happens that it turns into an authoritarian regime. Whilst authoritarian regimes turn into democracies all the time. For example, almost all of Europe. Or for example, any country that's a democracy right now.
Okay, but like to turn a authoritarian regime to a democratic one, you have to like start a civil war or something. But to turn a democracy
No,
into an
no, you
authoritarian
cannot. You don't have
regime
to.
or a
You can just
riot
have the
or
dictator step down
like
and just reinstate elections. They do that too, you know?
just cut off after you cut off a few hundred
They
heads.
they do that. They do that. Yeah, like some of the dictators do fucking do that. They just step down and fucking put the elections in place, you know?
Yeah, they step down because they're scared. Like,
No.
they're scared. Listen, a dictator won't step down until they fear their life. Like, the so like, yeah, the only like to
Democracy is
okay.
the best option we have. Is way better than dictatorship. Exactly. The point is, Timon, that when you have, how much do you know about how democracies fail? How much do you know about that? How does that work?
Okay, does
There's actually fairly reasonable pattern to it. Obviously, it doesn't apply always, but
does seeing it with my own eyes count or
yeah. But how did this happen?
it happened that when the current president got elected, their first action was to redraw the voting areas based on that the math makes it sure that they get the most votes at the next election. Then they started buying up all the media sources, putting their hands on televisions, newspapers, stuff like that. And currently there aren't like much much free media, like I don't know, for every every
Okay. Okay, now the
opposition
quick question is, why didn't anyone stop him?
because like it didn't look like at first like to some people didn't look like it was. Some people still don't believe that it's a like it's a autocracy, because like propaganda, if you all you hear is that one person's voice, then you are gonna believe them.
Okay, so basically, people didn't think that he was setting up dictatorship because he already had a dictatorship, and he used his power to stop you from thinking that he was setting up a dictatorship.
No, like at the like just do it very sneakily when you like, and yeah.
So you just have to very sneakily buy up all of the news organizations in your in any given country, then very sneakily
Exactly.
gerrymander the entire country.
Exactly. Very sneakily, like outlaw protestations, for example. No, at first they didn't even have majority, so they had to form coalitions. Now they have 2/3 of the majority, like, and having 2/3 here means that they can change constitution, which means that the one person, because like everyone everyone there in the party obeys to that one person. So like, yeah, that one person can modify not just the law but the constitution whenever he wants to, and he does it like all the time. So our constitution just means nothing at
First,
this
hold
point.
on. I would like to say, Akib, when he said depends on my best. No, I would argue that that is actually true. Best is a pretty safe word to say there, simply because what other alternative? I mean, okay, there are the theoretical political systems, like being ruled by a non-misaligned AGI is my favorite one, but all of them are theoretical because we have no idea how to implement them. When it comes to practical political systems, we don't have anything better than democracy. But my point is that Timon, like, it's a curious way to think about that. However, the problem that your description there stumbled upon was kind of that your entire idea hinges on the dictator already having enough power to enact the plan that would make them a dictator. Like,
Well,
the
I
thing
would-
is, buying up all of the news organizations in a given country, that's not easy.
Uh, it was pretty easy for them.
Was it now? I'm sorry, do those that must have been pretty fucking rich. I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, they just they just didn't they just got the taxes, and instead of spending the taxes, on schools,
No, you see,
on
that's
buildings,
just
on
straight up
stuff like that,
illegal. That's just straight up illegal to do
yeah,
that.
it's straight up illegal. They took the taxes to buy up news organizations.
Yeah, but
and
you
they
know,
also,
if you're doing, but if, at least in my opinion, if you're a president who's actively doing something illegal and no one stops you, I wouldn't call that a functioning democracy.
like, the president has always been like using taxpay, like the president fucking buys mansions, like a new mansions, buys a new mansion every year from taxpayers' money.
Right
Like,
now, yeah, because they're a dictator.
doesn't
However,
think-
Timon, what I'm asking you is how to get from the stage from when you're not a dictator to a stage where you are a dictator.
like, from the moment you get elected, you have a power over the country. Also,
Yeah, but isn't that check? You
No.
don't really get elected to be a king. You get elected to be a president. That power is still very much checked.
before the message gets like disappeared, made it as it stop giving Trump ideas that I could be watching. Made it. You know that Trump said that he wants to follow the footsteps of Orbán Viktor, the Hungarian president. Like, Trump said it very loudly that he wants to follow his footsteps. I'm not like he's got the idea.
Okay, so Timon, let's say that I am a billionaire, right? I have a couple $1 billion, and I would like to take over a small country. Nothing too crazy, nothing too what are the checks up to?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would like to take over and become a dictator. How would I get from not being a dictator to being a dictator?
go there and buy the country.
Well, we can't really do it with $1 billion. It doesn't really. It's not enough.
Like slowly, like first
Couple
buy the-
orders of magnitude, not enough. I would say, like couple hundred.
like first like get elected for the first time. That's the most difficult part. Once you get elected, obviously redraw the election lines, so like that should be the first
But you said in that elected officials have that so get elected to what? To a president.
yes,
You said that presidents have authority over redrawing the election lines?
this was the first fucking action of our president when he first got elected. Like in Hungary they do like, and also they do it all the time in the USA. Like every time a different side gets elected, the
Yeah,
election
but
lines
in
get
the USA,
redrawn.
that isn't the presidents who do it, if I'm not mistaken. I do believe that's has to be Congress approved.
Yeah, but they still do it for the like current ruling system. So like,
So what? The Congress does it.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see.
like even if you have a couple of $1 million, you can just get the people you don't like just out of there. Like, if you have power to like.
But in a
if you're
democracy, we
boss
have a
of
good
some-
probability of our nation being aligned to our goals, at least partially. I would say that it's kind of provable that this is the best system to be aligned with nation goals, kind of by definition. I don't think there is a. I don't think there's anything better than majority picking when it comes to picking the goal for a country. The only two options kind of are majority picking or minority picking, unless it's perfect 50-50. And I would say that majority picking is better than minority picking. All right.
Okay. But it's not majority picking if the majority just is just manipulated by a minority.
Okay, so first things first. Orban won 52% of the popular vote, but received 68% of majority parliamentary seats. I wouldn't exactly call that democratic. Then the virgin chance. Okay, so 2/3 of parliamentary majority is enough to change the constitution, which means it got enough to change the constitution, even though only half of the country basically agreed with them. You could be debated over 9 days of parliament in the party line. The urban rejection when there's party or more Gentile.
I would very quickly to insert something. Quantum physics also includes quantum field theory, not just quantum mechanics. All right, make it, please continue.
I'm reading.
All right.
Yes, so first things first. I wouldn't exactly call Hungarian democracy functioning before this happened. Considering how getting half of the votes allows you to change the constitution, I wouldn't exactly call that a functioning democracy.
You need 2/3 of the seat.
Yeah, but he only got half of the votes. Only 52%.
Yeah, but you just draw the electoral lines the way
He didn't have the power to draw the electoral lines beforehand. That's before he got into power. He won half of the votes.
Okay,
and
are
got
you
enough.
talking about the first time he got on power or the second time? Because he's been on power for quite a long time, and there was a 4-year period when there was another president in the middle of that long time.
Yeah.
So
I'm talking about the second one.
okay, but the second one, he has already redrawn the electoral lines at the first time he got in power, and on
Yeah, but if he got out of power, then correct me if I'm wrong. The opposition party could have just redrawn the lines again, or
yeah, but those were idiots.
So it doesn't really matter in this case. That's because, as I mentioned, the functioning democracy, if people actually cared about democracy being functioning, after redrawing the line the first time, when he got voted out, people would vote for a party that would redraw the lines back to something reasonable.
Who would vote for a reasonable party in Hungary? Don't be ridiculous.
So you mean to tell me you don't want a reasonable party in Hungary?
No, people don't vote for reasonable parties here because they aren't really here. So
yeah, from what I see, it's just the thing that allowed him to do all of this was just the fact that he won half of the votes, but got the ability to change the constitution. Which, once again, I wouldn't exactly call that democratic.
yeah, but okay, don't start from when he got re-elected after Gyurcsány. Start from the very beginning, right after the Soviet regime.
All right, so the first 4 years, 42%. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Year by year, this country gets more and more autocratic. There are a lot of laws that has been passed in the past. I don't know, past few years that hasn't been there and just keep undermining this entire thing. So yeah, it's a progress. It's happening currently. For example,
could you point me to anything specific he did during the first time that I should pay attention to? Because it's kind of, I'm reading through it, can't find much.
I don't know, I wasn't alive.
The best outcome for the EU is becoming a nation. Yes, however, I do believe that this would be a much better thing for EU to become a tad more federal, but we also have to be really careful because there are very, very significant risks with EU becoming more federalized. Basically, on one hand, we obviously would want to because it would make EU much more powerful, but at the same time, you would make the power way more centralized, which would mean that taking over EU would be much more desirable all of a sudden, and all the populace would probably move there. Yeah, I genuinely can't find much. Like, this is mostly just typical politics shittery. Yeah, so it was the first time, okay. So he got elected, did typical politician stuff. Then he got removed for 8 years.
8 years and done.
8 years. And then he got half of the votes, and yet had the power to change the constitution.
Yes.
Do you really think that's democratic?
No.
So,
Like, when did I ever
to
say that Hungary was democratic?
no, my point is that Hungary is an example of a country that went from not being democratic to being even less democratic. So now, with that in mind, could you give me an example of a country that went from being democratic to being a dictatorship?
I don't
Because
know
I
the
can give you
exact-
a bunch of countries that went from a monarchy to a democracy.
Yeah, like most countries in Europe, they did that at some point.
Yeah, so now, in order to support your argument, because your argument is that democracies eventually go back to authoritarian regimes, if you want to support your argument, you need to give me some examples, right? Like, you know, the whole scientist mindset thing. You don't want to just schizo imagining things, you want some actual proof. So what is your proof?
I don't know the history of each.
So like,
countries.
so you don't have any.
No, I don't.
You see the problem now.
Okay, but like I still don't see why like I'm pretty sure the electoral lines got redrawn under his influence. So
Yeah,
Well,
he doesn't.
that's
Don't
not
even
the
have to.
argument.
You don't even have to go for the electoral lines. Go further. The constitution got changed. That's way more major.
yeah,
But I mean, the
it's
constitution,
getting
like,
changed every month.
yeah, I mean, so like that's fair, but that's not a case of a democracy becoming an autocracy. That's a case of a slight autocracy becoming a more autocratic country. Well, I shouldn't say
Okay,
slight
do you
autocracy. Actually, I should
believe
not functioning democracy.
Do you believe that fully functional democracies with zero flaws exist?
No.
Okay, then, if it's like I feel like, I feel like that us getting closer to autocracy is like exponential in time. So would you be okay with like using that as treating it as an exponential function?
Exponential, but wait, of what? Hold on, repeat
Like
that.
over time we are exponentially getting closer, like over time
Based on what?
like okay, based on nothing, this is how I
Akib,
these
that
are
is
my observation.
Akib, that is
That's
kind of
your
fair.
argument, pretty well.
Akib, that is pretty fair, but now consider how many of these countries went back to being democracies. And also consider the circumstances in those countries when they were going from a democracy. Because once again, Timon's argument was also that Hungary went from a democracy to an autocracy. However, it clearly didn't go from a functioning democracy to an autocracy, because in a functioning democracy, you wouldn't be able to change the constitution using 30% of the votes. The whole point of a functioning democracy, okay, because that's how people really often phrase it, which I find bonkers, because that's not how it works. People really often phrase it as if you win, for example, 60%, that means 60% of the country agrees for a policy, 40% disagrees. But that's not really how it works in a democracy. First of all, this 40% doesn't have to disagree. A portion of it can disagree, the other portion can just not care. And second of all, depending on what you want to change, you may need different percentages of the votes. For example, I would say that allocating the budget for certain things shouldn't be on the same level as changing the constitution. So I wouldn't exactly call Hungary a functional democracy from the very beginning if by getting half of the votes you can change basically like the most major, the most important part of the law. That's basically the equivalent of getting 50% of the votes to determine that a country would no longer be a democracy. Like, you should need more than 50% of the votes to determine that country no longer would be a democracy. I can say all this European nation of people, it doesn't matter there. Not really. Nuisance, as always. Like, the description of a system by, all people vote for policies directly, that's a very simple description. That kind of, those systems can still vary a lot. So, for example, if people vote on policies, some people have to submit the policies, right? If all citizens submit policies equally, then all of a sudden all that matters is the popularity of a policy, which gives an incredible advantage to people who, own the media, for example. So in that kind of system, you could just flood all of the suggestions with random BS policies, and then use your platform in order to only boost your own policies, which would be theoretically democratic, but practically it would be impossible for anyone to engage with that democracy in a practical way. So in that kind of system, people would technically vote for policies directly. However, people would only know about the policies that the person in charge wants them to know. Popularity is always an advantage in uniform democracy. That's not this much exclusive to the policy voting system. It is always an advantage, but just because it's always an advantage doesn't mean it's always an equal advantage across all systems. So, for example, in government, you have normally two different kinds of positions. You have the elected positions, or you have the appointed. I think it's appointed. Well, the point is you have elected and the non-elected. The elected positions are there for people to represent themselves, whilst the not elected ones are there to kind of like make sure that the system runs smoothly and there is no tomfoolery. So if someone gets elected, all of a sudden...
Sorry.
So if the elected gets elected and all of a sudden decides that, oh, this should actually be a dictatorship against the law, then all of the people who weren't elected, but assume the government still maintained there, those would normally stop them. That's the general idea. So popularity is always an advantage. However, the whole point of the society that we have is that it's complicated. For example, and just bear with me, I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent, but bear with me. Antitrust laws are meant to prevent monopolies in TV. Well, actually, they're not really meant to prevent monopolies, only they are meant to prevent the bad effects of monopolies. If you have, the best example is NVIDIA. NVIDIA became a monopoly because it just made a really good product, really good graphics cards. However, nowadays they start using their status as a monopoly with CUDA in order to maintain their monopoly. So with antitrust laws, you want to decide if breaking down a company is good or bad. That's basically what you want to do with those laws. That's why these laws are really often complex, and that's why they require a lot of review. That's why the entire process is extremely, it takes a lot. And so basically, hold on. So the tangent there is that the entire system kind of depends on this kind of code of ethics, let's call it. So ideally, in an ideal theoretical democracy, right, you would have some kind of reinforcement system that would be able to tell if something is fair game or not. So using popularity to your advantage in that case, you don't want to make it illegal because it's bad, but at the same time, when someone does it, then it gives them a crazy unfair advantage. Like, non-elected people exist to prevent elected people doing bad things. Why can't non-elected people exist to safeguard policy voting of public? If it can work in prior, it can in latter. No. Policy voting of public. Well, they can. Yeah, they can exist to safeguard the policy voting of the public. That's the point. So, as I mentioned, it depends on the system. If you had a system in which everyone votes for a specific policy, and at the same time you have people in charge who Wouldn't solve the popularity problem. It would, Tyler, but the starting position was that that voting for policies directly can describe a lot of different systems. So voting for policies directly can describe both the one in which popularity gives you a crazy unfair advantage, and both in which it gives you a fair advantage. Both of these describe. That's why I would say that. That's why I don't want to say that, you know, voting for policies directly would be a perfect democracy, because, or that distinction between people and nation doesn't matter, because that kind of system can describe a lot of different systems, and depending on the system, it would change stuff.
Also, you said that there like non-elected people who would just stop it being just stop it being from democracy turning into autocracy, and like how, like just because they are there, if like yeah.
What do you mean, like how? It's pretty simple. For example, you say you're elected as president, for example, right?
Yeah.
And you say that you would like to, I don't know, stop next election from happening.
Yeah.
And then the people in charge of the election would just tell you no. It's pretty simple.
Okay, what they're gonna do? I'm the president.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna hold the next election.
But you're not in charge of the next election. Like, you wouldn't hold the next election anyway. Obviously, you're not gonna hold the next election. They're gonna hold the next election. That's not your responsibility.
Okay, then they hold the election, if that, or like as a president, I just like, all right, the election from now on is my responsibility. Like,
Well, you can
that's the
say
law,
that.
is-
Well, you can't pass a law as a president. Timon, do you not know how?
Yeah, you can.
No, you cannot. That's what parliaments are for.
Yeah, that's what
Are
the
you-
Russian Duma was for as well. Yeah, of course.
Timon, who's the president of Hungary?
Orban Viktor.
Viktor Orban is the prime minister of Hungary.
I don't even know who the president is. Yeah, that's how much it. Okay, then the prime minister is the.
I think
Oh my god.
I figured out why you have so many problems with understanding democracies, considering that you don't know how democracies work. You see, that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know the English terminology, alright? Like, yeah, but like.
President is the head of state, okay? President is the one person you elect to be in charge of mainly the military and like the foreign relations. That's basically what you elect the president for. Now, president is charged with all of the policing-ish stuff, like the military stuff. Basically, president is kind of like one rank above the generals. That's how we can think of it.
Alright,
Now-
we didn't. If you're thinking about then maybe we don't even have a president. I don't know, because
Does Tamas Suliok ring any bells?
oh yeah, that person was not elected. That person, that's the yeah, I know the Hungarian terminology for that, but that
Yeah.
person is not elected. That person is the parliament elects that person.
Yeah, plus one charge to Hungary not being a democracy. But the point is, presidents don't make laws, parliaments do. And now the crucial thing about parliaments is that there isn't a single person making laws. Only the parliament as a body makes laws. What's more, depending on the kind of law, you may need more or less people. So, when say make laws, that's a very broad thing, by the way. But depending on the law, you may require a different number of people. The highest one obviously should be the constitution, because the constitution changes everything.
Okay, but if
So-
some okay, even if that they don't have the power to change the constitution, if they have over 50% of the votes, that means they have over 50% of the seats. That means that they can change the law as they want.
But what kind, now the question? What do you mean by change the law as they want? Because I'll be honest, I don't know what laws you can change with 50%. I can assure you it's not going to be much.
I don't know anything that isn't the constitution.
Do you certain, or are you completely guessing out of nothing? Timon, you are Dunning-Krugering. There is...
I wouldn't say I'm 100% certain, but I'm like, let's say 90% certain.
But Timon, at the same time, you are Dunning-Krugering, okay? You clearly don't know how governments work. And at the same time, you are very confidently stating things. I would just like to remind you that a couple minutes ago, you didn't know what the president was, and you
Okay,
you didn't...
I didn't know the English words, like
But
just because I don't know the English terminology doesn't mean I don't understand how it works. Like, we vote for...
But the prime minister cannot change the laws either. A single person cannot change laws.
Yeah, like, okay, the prime minister has we elect a party, and the party has put one person.
Well, in a functioning democracy, you don't really elect a party, you elect a coalition. Because a single party usually doesn't have enough votes to be a government.
Yeah, technically, on paper, this is a coalition. Most people don't actually know that this is a coalition, but on paper, it is a coalition. But like, okay, you elect a party or coalition or whatever, and that party puts their chosen person, as prime minister. And it's like very like they are clear about who they're gonna put as prime minister if they have the votes. So you get the parties, you vote a party, and you put them as prime minister. Now, if they have, if that party is over 50, has over 50% of the votes, then the prime minister can just change the law, because like you need 50% of the votes to change the law. And like,
Timon, you don't know in what way they can change the law. You just don't know.
You need 50, like, okay, to my best knowledge, you need 50% to change the votes and 2/3 to change the constitution. That's my best information.
But you don't know! What do you mean? It doesn't matter what's your best guess! Do you think that coalition winning is better than just one party winning because people's views are very diverse and coalition helps create more compromises? Yes, I do believe that coalition winning is better, in my personal opinion, because, for the precise reason you stated, actually. Like, coalitions usually lead to, like, more representative governments because they actually had to compromise. Another nice thing is that when you vote for a party, you vote for a certain, like, worldview, basically. And so that party is supposed to represent that certain worldview, and then in every single worldview you are willing to compromise on certain things. Which means that even if you disagree with some policies, those policies are made up by the policies you agree with. But Timon, make a check out 2002 Turkish election. I got 69% constituency with 35% of vote. Yeah, I can imagine it's in Hungary. Oh, that's even worse in Hungary. 2002 Turkish election. What the fuck are spinners? I don't know what are spinners. I don't know. Jeez. Jeez. That's rough. That is very rough. Wowza. That's a rough. Okay, well.
Is it that, like, I'm trying to see how different it is? Like, I guess it's Not sure if it's like worse on Hungary or not. I'm yeah.
I mean, that's War of the Hungry. First of all, that was in 2002. Second of all, election.
Like one party has 2/3 of the seats, so like they can do anything. Like
Come on, give me the parliament. Do they not have a sick ass graphic like that? There we go. Wait, constituency 06? What is the difference between total seats, constituency seats? Oh, this mother. Like, in this case, Fidesz got 54%. Wait, party list. No, they got 3 million votes. Wait, that is 50%. This is much worse. Over here, you only got 2 parties in. Everyone else got 0. And Timon, the party that go most of the... That's 34%. That's ridiculous.
I was just looking at the graphics and they look very much the same.
Which nation in Europe is most democratic in your opinion? That's rough. That's rough to say.
Is the percentage votes on that?
Wait, what?
Is the percentage votes?
Yeah.
On the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they got 2/3 from yeah. That's freaking really bad.
Well, 2/3. If it lets you change the constitution, that means they effectively basically got like the entire parliament from 1/3 of the votes.
I mean,
that's rough.
The other part can't do anything, you know.
That's very rough.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think this was the first time when, in quite a while, when they got over 50% here to get like, but they have been having over 2/3 of the seats for quite a while now.
Oh,
but
I
they
really
didn't actually have,
like Tyler's question. How do you create democratic atmosphere / system where you need coalitions to win, and why there's such a system in some country but not many others? I am glad you asked that, Tyler, because because the answer is very lovely. You need to improve people's lives. That's it. Basically, the more people have access to better lifestyles, like, you know, the healthier the lives of people, the more educated people are, the easier their access to information, the more stable their jobs, and so on and so forth, the more democratic countries become. It's simple as it could be. Which is a very convenient solution because that's how this was shown to work. But even if it doesn't, it's not a very risky strategy, I would say.
Can you support your argument?
Yes, hold on. Let me look it up. I was once in an argument with someone. I don't remember whom, but I remember that I found that, and so. Did you reach the concept based on correlation between quality of life and government countries? No, I reached that because a while back ago, when I was in an argument, we just looked it up, and there was, I don't know if it was a research paper or an article. Mm-hmm. It's gonna take me a while to find. Give me a second. All of these, I found one Oxford which defines democracy, but not quite what I'm looking for. All of these are just what are democracies. Conditions that make countries democratic. ResearchGate. That sounds nice. No, let me actually look it up right here, because less cherry picking that way. Because democracy is these under the consensus that democracy is the least bad form of government. Love it. Without the conditions that make countries democratic, the country execution have been raised and try and answer for like that. This question that is represents the comment. And then obviously Okay, now I need to... Give me a second. Now I need to actually look this up off screen. Gonna need congressional approval and you don't have the votes. Damn it! Okay, I can't access this paper. Give me a say, I'm trying to get a science paper. It's not easy. Yeah, because one article is I could provide you so much confidence they claimed. It was because it was a scientific article. I don't mean article from like, I don't know, freaking, how was the website called? I don't mean like top 10 toasts that are eaten in democracy. I meant let me see what. From quantum mechanics to politics. That's how it goes. No, I don't think I can get that paper. Well, so we found one paper which seems to answer the exact question, but I can't access it.
Alright, do you remember the reasoning the paper gave?
Yeah, it was basically that with autocracies, basically, in order for autocracies to be maintained, like their natural state is breaking down, but in order for them to be maintained, people have to like be unable to overthrow them. And if people are unable, in order to make people unable to overthrow autocracies, you need them to be uneducated, you need them to be poor, you need them to be struggling. And basically, when people aren't any of those things, then it's very hard for an authoritarian to take power, because populist messaging doesn't really work when people aren't struggling. That's why so many populist messages are, you know, basically anti-establishment. That was the reasoning.
So basically, all you need to do to turn a democracy into autocracy is to just kill the public education, public healthcare, and stuff like that.
Not necessarily. You can just I don't know, take an economic crisis, and you can not be in power during that economic crisis, and then you can just pose yourself as you know, the party that will fix it.
Oh yeah, Fidesz did that too.
Yeah. Can be wrong unless the House of Representatives support it. Sending articles that only have a reasoning and not evidence are proven in theories. Well, thank you, Tyler, for explaining the obvious. Wow, wish I thought of that. You know, I just spent all my days reading quantum mechanics research papers. I don't know why scientists build their big particle accelerators. Completely unnecessary. Infinite person. I'm enrolled in university. I can maybe get it with you as proxy and send it to you on Discord. I mean, I already have. Don't worry, I have a lot of students to exploit if I want to. Well, you're enrolled in university. What are you enrolled for? What are you studying? You may not know this, Betsec, but I have a habit of exploiting. Working with students on my videos. I totally don't explain. It's not like I just bug Remco, Reblax, and Flame all the time for them to help me with random bullshit Electron questions. Computer science. I see them. Did you join in after my coding? Let's call it exercise. Numbers infinity, right? That's what I was doing. Which one is these one make it? I'll show you the main notation, independence, and transitivity. I don't know what the second and third. Wait, oh no, that's 5 of them. Unrestricted domain, non-dictatorship. I don't know what these mean, Akib. I'll be honest. Didn't have to torture yourself with CGY. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Betsec. It's been 6 hours, right? Yeah, you did tell me that. I'm sorry. It's been 6.5 hours. Of course I remember. Jeez, I need more water. Fuck me. Politics takes a lot out of me. I blame Tyler. And Timon.
And yeah, I was about to say.
This time justifyingly.
Yeah, first time ever.
Not first, don't get over so too much.
First time ever you blamed me justifyingly. Like I take it as a win.
Speaking of, I still have this open in the background. I should probably go for it too. Reviews on the quality of light, the IQ, but the difference between proportional presentation versus winner takes all system. But Tyler, the question isn't like that kind of system. The question is like, how do you maintain that system? No, not into politics again. Alright, I'm gonna make it quick. Basically, Tyler, if you want a proportional presentation system or winner takes all system, you need to achieve that somehow. And the whole point was that in order to create an environment in which that kind of system would be supported, you need people to live better lives. Make it, this is a 24-hour stream? Absolutely not. Akib, those are all neat things, but like they're all theoretical. And these principles are all neat, but I don't really see a way to implement most of them. My brain isn't thinking. I just forgot. No, I'm doing infinities. I'm so sorry, Betsec, by the way. I feel terrible. Because I do remember, and I'm sorry. I wonder political scientists are these. Yeah, we're not dealing with that again. Made it. Absolutely not. This is a 7-hour stream at this point.
Yeah, impressive.
Is it?
Yeah, 6:40
God.
so far. It is.
Yeah.
I need to finish this video today. It's fine, I can make it. No, see, we're really heated arguments. Make it. What are the fields what are the fields in Soyonce? Then fields in Science fields. I have so many videos I want to make, but I'm so fucking lazy, and I don't make them all.
made it. Have you seen the video on Hilbert Spaces? You should.
Video on Hilbert Spaces didn't explain fields and science. But I'm glad you're shilling for me. That's nice. I appreciate that. Actually, in this video I'm making right now, I have a bit where I explain like, oh yeah, fields in physics, which is different than fields in mathematics, which is different, or fields of science, which is different from fields of wheat. I don't make it. I just got this day. Everyone's doing amazing. Thank you so much. That's so nice. Thank you, Taro. Thank you. That is so sweet. No, I didn't make it. No, I didn't, time, and I don't want to make it. Honestly, I will respect the honesty. Okay, special. So we're supposed to combine the two. Well, function is map the mat some element onto another element. Must measure linear map the mat some vector onto another vector. Why did I go so in depth about this when scripting? It's so dumb.
My favorite fields are cornfields because I like popcorn.
Har.
This isn't my joke, by the way. I stole it from Remco.
There are... I won't even... I'm too hungry for this. I really want to end the stream. But I mean, we've already been going for 7 hours. Might as well, like, add another 3.
You actually wanna continue?
Yeah, why not? I have to walk anyway.
Okay, so 24 hours limited then, I see.
No. I just need 5 more minutes and I'm gonna finish the video, okay? It's gonna be good, trust me.
5 more minutes, yeah?
I just need 5 minutes and that's it.
Because you know you can just go eat and then do another stream once you come back.
I know.
Yeah.
I can. I could check if... Wait, map2 isn't a real thing. Or is it maps2? Am I an idiot? I think it was maps2. Yeah, okay. Do a mukbang stream. I don't understand you, internet. I really don't.
My kid eats food while teaching you about politics. ASMR.
I don't want to teach people politics. Absolutely not. Mika, what frames per second do you animate? I think... Good question, actually. I genuinely don't know. It's either 30 or 24. I can check right now. I do it at default because it doesn't really matter in the end. I'm rendering a certain amount of frames. How many frames per second, I just change that in editing, depending on what fits.
I think it's more than 30 now.
It doesn't matter, because all that matters is I'm rendering a certain amount of frames. It doesn't matter, like the frame rate doesn't actually matter at all. I don't even know how to check it.
Okay.
It should be here, H20 26. Why Europeans smarter than average than American? Because of McDonald's? I wouldn't say Europeans are smarter than average than American. That's a...
I could say that the European education system on average is better than the American.
It is better, true. You do that.
make a try not to keep going challenge. I'm fine. I just need 5 more minutes and I'm gonna finish the video. It's gonna be great, trust me. So, although I am slowing down significantly, I can tell, which is a problem. I need to be more efficient.
You're audibly
Talk
very
less.
tired.
Was the recommendation? It was like that you should walk in hour-and-a-half long intervals with 45-minute long breaks. I think that was it. I trust. There we go. M up. Can we change the subject? I don't want to get political again. I don't like getting political.
What's everyone's favorite food?
God, don't change it to something. Just
Oh, yeah, you're hungry. I'm sorry. The problem is I'm hungry.
that's
too,
not. That's
so-
not even was. That wasn't even the reason I was upset. I was upset because it was just boring. I didn't
Not
even
that
register that. But thank you for pointing that out, Timon. Thank you for reminding me, going out of your way. Which is the map that maps some element onto another element. Okay, so right here.
Last time we talked about food, we like as a group insulted Dutch food, and that was pretty entertaining. So I thought, like, yeah, why not food talk? That can be very entertaining.
What's
I-
everyone's
I-
favorite dwarf planet candidate? Now we're talking.
I was gonna ask everyone's favorite
Favorite
animal,
dwarf.
but Betseg has better idea.
We know you're a better animal for sure.
I'm the best animal.
Uh-huh.
I have one.
My favorite dwarf is Timon. Whoops.
Sure.
I don't need to share it online that I'm very short, but I still choose to, and this is the result.
Timon is on the list of top 10 dwarves for sure.
I have a rock generator in Blender.
A
what?
rock gen.
Yeah, yeah, you know, you need rocks. That's important.
Why?
It's an important feature. How am I supposed to walk in this economy without a rock generator?
Where is the rock video then?
It's in the making. I've been working on it for years. Okay, it's not as my magnum opus. Most important.
Well, I mean, you're rock hard, no?
I am always hard.
Favorite animal, huh?
There we go. This should work just fine. Render
One
image.
human, you.
Human? Who said that?
Betseg.
Timon, you're not making a great case for yourself if you want people to not think you're a fairy.
Yeah, human, all this ugly ass skin. I want to be fuzzy, I want to be furry, you know?
Not like like sharks are showing skin too, and sharks are amazing. It's just like
Those are
humans are like
also furries, like furry adjacent, I would say.
I'm not talking about like people who has furs on as sharks. I mean sharks are not as animals. Like they are badass animals.
Yeah, so are bats, so are wolves, so are, you know.
Yeah, they are all very cool animals. Like
Yeah, keep talking, keep talking.
Yeah, right. So I blacked out for a second. I brought myself a pillow like a couple hours ago for my back because this started to hurt. Now even the pillow was getting uncomfortable.
Hmm.
just let me get you a goddamn office chair finally.
You don't have an office chair?
No,
Or like a gaming chair at least?
no. I have a
Oh
table
my
chair, like a typical, that you would buy in like IKEA.
Oh. Wha- You have run projects, bro. I mean, you have a good PC. Why don't you just buy a fucking chair? You know?
Well, I mean, I have a good PC because I had to buy one a couple years ago when I was working on like an animation, and basically I realized that I wouldn't be able to finish it in time without a better PC because of the render times, and so I just had to buy this PC.
Oh, okay. Well, you probably need a fucking chair though, because your back will fucking kill you. You know?
It's fine. What's my chair gonna do? Stab me in the back?
Tyler, it ain't that deep. It ain't that deep.
Well, I see. Okay. Have you granted the following? Me fuzzy like though.
Besek is going
Like
so in
not
depth.
like not me personally, but like the argument, you know?
Map. Geometric element. Well, symmetric is just a linear map that sums a vector onto another vector. Now, in this case, the pickle here is that I should represent both of these the same way. Here we go. This, and this. 60. So yeah, exactly. That's life, isn't it? That's just life. I can finish this video today, right? It's like I have 11 hours. How many pages? One, two, three. 3.5. 3.5. Was Mickey talking about chat? I'm watching that audio. That's just. Currently nothing. Yeah, just let Stamp know that I'm doing the make it old man yelling at the cloud thing. You get it. Typical make it mumbling moment. It happens all the time.
All the time.
I mean, clowning, yelling at the cloud. Where did you get the clown thing? You are honestly, Timon, 0 out of 10 as a messenger.
I don't know. I misunderstood cloud as clown because you're a fucking clown.
Well, you are
That's
wrong.
very mean. That is
But
very, very mean. Timon, you just called me a clown. That is upsetting.
damn.
What can hurt, you know? I have feelings.
Yeah. You calling our Lord and Savior Mikey the clown? How disrespectful of you.
Old man cloud. I wonder if Timon and the Earth Persons also working on writing essays amongst that infocast. I realize, yeah, I did. Actually, Elf Person, we don't mention your name all that often, do we?
What?
Tyler
Oh,
just
the elf
just
per-
said Timon and Elf Person.
Oh my god. Why you? That is a slanderer.
His name is
Elf
Max,
person.
if I remember correctly.
Oh no.
It's
Well,
your
I'm just
profile
gonna
picture. What do you mean?
Well,
I'm just gonna call you
you don't
elf
have to-
person from
okay.
now on.
say about it. I know the elephant is in the room, but you don't have to mention the elephant. You know. He's just vibing there. You know. He's minding his own business.
Catman at least
won't be
got the
mentioned.
got the alpha channel for the PNG, and Timon is just a square.
Yeah.
Very, very unprofessional of you, Timon.
Let him be square.
I don't even have that image anymore. I drew it when I was 14 and set it as profile picture, and the laptop I drew it on like.
I
this
have the
broken-
image. I even hello.
Yeah, you can download it from Discord, but then it won't be like the. It will be really bad quality and
Well,
like.
mine is
big-
very good quality though. So unfortunately, I have a really good quality actually.
Give me a second.
Yeah,
I'll-
but like remove.
there we go. Quick restart because my Discord just decided that it doesn't want to operate in any way.
Around.
Okay, make it is back. Make it just disappeared for a second.
Yep, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. You convince me.
Do what?
This time I'm gonna do it, and it's sadly not suicide.
What are you doing?
I am making Timon not a square anymore.
No, damn it! No, I'm doing that right now.
Oh, you also. Oh my god, speedrun?
Also make it know that the stream isn't going, right?
What do you mean stream isn't going?
Oh yeah, the stream is broken, kinda.
Like what? The background isn't there?
Like nothing. It's just.
We
it's
are
just
broken.
nothing.
We don't show up on stream.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and alright then.
I know, but it's just broken. I don't know what you want me to do. There we go. Fixed it.
Okay.
100.
There's still sound. Alright, there was sound.
512. There we go. Save image.
No.
Downloads.
Fuck.
Like, it would be very easy to export this image just without the background if I still had the file, but like, yeah.
Well, don't worry. We both have the image, and you know.
Yeah, we both already have the image in full quality.
Yeah, but like downloading, like removing the background as an after.
Well, it only took like 10 seconds. We already both removed background separately, and we have the image, and we send you the image. You know. There you go. Just use. Oh, I can't send you messages. Of course. Okay, I put it in Discord. I'll fucking ping you. I guess in the basic channel. There you go. Where's the image? Put in basic.
No,
It's perfectly fine with remove background. You know.
Yeah, and at the edges of the lines, there's that light blue, like pixel thingy.
Oh my fucking god. You
Okay.
don't know fucking see that on overlay. It's like fucking 10, whatever.
Okay, Timon,
do that too.
what about this?
Um,
Oh fucking hell.
like it's it still has the like outer layer of outer light blue thingy outside the lines.
Okay, give me fucking 5 more seconds. I can fix this.
You guys know that I won't set it as my profile picture anyways, right?
Fuck you.
Timon is just ungrateful that way. That is true. That just happens.
Yeah.
Is this better? Oh, not better enough.
Not better at all. I don't see any difference. So there's slight difference at one shoulder.
Okay, I fixed the line.
Makes me
There we
laugh
go.
7 hours and I finished the
I fixed the fucking outline issue. There you go.
Oh, I fixed it as well.
It's not the perfect. Whatever. It's fucking.
Yeah,
dropped
it's when the face and the wing meet. It's not good.
There's like 2 fucking pixels missing. You cannot see that if you put it on your profile picture.
Yeah,
That they will
same
disappear.
reason, same thing with make it.
They will literally disappear. You fucking. Your own argument is tracking you.
Like yeah, you guys are doing it for no reason. I'm not gonna change my profile pic. I've had it for way too many years to change it. I don't care if I get called furry because of it. So like, I've had it since I was 14.
Right here, right here, right here. Here. Okay. And there we go. And all of a sudden Timon doesn't have a background. That wasn't that easy.
Let's go.
What?
Huge.
No, hold on, I just need to do one thing
Oh.
quick. There we go, this, and rejoin. There we go. There, wasn't that just much easier?
Awesome.
Alright. It actually looks good on stream, so I like it.
Yes, we've been telling you.
Yeah, but I wasn't gonna change my Discord profile just because it looks better on stream. Because I don't have my Discord profile for streams, but it does look really good on stream, so I like it.
Also looks better on Discord if you change it. Like.
It does not.
Is this?
Does? Have you tried?
No, and
I bet you fucking haven't.
Listen, I like the color. I like the color scheme of this image. I like the lighter background, and I am also not gonna change my profile picture.
Stump, another 20. I still don't have access to the... You reminded me, but I mean, hold on. I need to add you to the list again. Stump still can't hear. Okay, never mind then. I need to add Stump to the list. The government list. There we go. Stump 40. What day is it today? 3/21. 120, 25. There we go. I'm gonna go broke to have half the pie. I already have half the pie. I already have it. Although I do need to add stamp. Yeah, stamp is at 200. Oh, stamp will be second. Okay, I need to add stamp. Give me a second. Ah, my laptop is broken. Fuck.
You really should automate this process. Like, really.
What? I got up for a second so I didn't hear you. What did you say?
You should really automate, like, adding people, like, a
I already
little bit,
did.
you know?
But the problem is I don't really have access to my server through my PC. I could try to get it right now, I guess. I never set it up, but it's fine, it's fine. Give me a second. My laptop was basically the only place where I could just connect with SSH, but all I need to do is just I'm a big boy. I can think of something. There we go. This is the one. I'm paying the money, for goodness sake. They better give me access. Oh, fudge. Can you not log in with... Right, that's the thing. There's our pie eggs. Okay, this, right. Customer ID. Customer ID same as client number. It better be. Fudge, invalid credentials, that's never a good sign.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. It's fine, I can manage.
Is your bank account being stolen?
Give me a second. Okay, I'll have to do it after stream because I can't even right now. Hi there, Flame. How you doing? How we weren't the physics theory behind and they turn around and say that it's quantum fuckery. PhD might be cooked.
Fuckery, you know?
Well, best of luck, Flame.
You should make text lighter. It's hard to read. You mean in the animation? In the website. Oh yeah. By the way, when goes the website, that is just temporary website. That's my temporary solution to a permanent problem. I am gonna have to remake the web. Well, not remake it, only, you know, make it. Make it look any proper. And so that is all supposed to be just temporary. Obviously, considering my track record, it's gonna be semi-permanent temporary, but you know.
It's, every time you say the word make it feel weird because you're saying your own name.
Yeah. Temporary. Exactly, you get it. It's just temporary. Temporary solution to a permanent problem.
Hmm.
Why is one of the values a float error? I genuinely have no idea. Honest, just completely honest with you, I have no idea. I've added all of the values the same way. I have no idea why one of them is just screwed up. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It looks kind of ugly, but it doesn't really matter. So, it's good enough. Eventually, I'll get around to fixing it, okay? Eventually.
One day, yeah.
I really like the transition animation in your intro. How long did it take to make that video? Which video exactly? Which video intro are we talking about? Linear map. How do you describe? Just numbers. I hope I've never. No, stop. I'm about to end the stream. Okay. I'm tired and hungry and exhausted and all of the above. And honestly, I want to go get myself some food, take a shower, cry myself to sleep, take a quick nap, get back to it, finish the video. And so, we had fun. Kind of. We had fun. And I suppose, for now, unfortunately, that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a great day.